Nothing beats the old SNES soundtracks, right? You know, old, classic, sinister, perfect for this game, honestly. Of that, yes, hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Lufia 2, Rise of Sinistrals. Sadly, only showing any percent today, since my 100% submission got rejected, unfortunately. But that's just how life is, I guess. I know 9-hour runs aren't the most likely to get into marathons, even though we had a 22-hour run. But hey, at least I get to show off any percent, which is also a fun category. Though, if you've read the Did You Know in the in-between screen, that yeah, I never initially planned on running any percent, and now I'm kind of hooked on it, even though I still prefer to run 100% instead. But yeah, we have a lot to go through, so let's get started into the game. As you can see, it's very important, first of all, that I do not have any empty save files, or don't have all save files empty. Very important for that, because if I would, the run would already be invalidated, because I would be set up for RNG manipulation. We'll be talking about RNG manipulation further, even though this is the No Manip category, also the No Major Glitches category. We'll see. We're gonna start a game, we're gonna choose a custom name, we'll go with exclamation mark. Text boxes in this game are generated similar as in the Pokemon games, where it's every letter individually, so shorter name equals time save or the entire course of the run. And with that, I'd say we are going to start the run in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck and fun. And activate turbo button. Alrighty then. So, Lufia 2 is actually, technically speaking, Lufia 1. Lufia 2 is a prequel to Lufia and the Fortress of Doom. Which, funnily enough, the first game starts with the final fights of this game. And then goes into a 100-year time skip, as most Lufias do. We're gonna start the run immediately by going back into the shop and buying some boomerangs. We're not Australian here, but we do love our boomerangs in Lufia. They will be carrying us through the early game, as they are very, 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 very strong items. With our normal attacks currently, we'd be hitting about 10 to 15 points of damage. With the boomerangs, we'll be hitting about 40 to 70, depending on enemy weaknesses. Flying enemies are weak to boomerangs. And yeah, Lufia 2, this game is fully turn-based. You could say it's a decent mix gameplay-wise out of Best of Final Fantasy and Legend of Zelda. It has great turn-based combat, which is a staple of the Final Fantasy series, and it has a lot of fun puzzle solving akin to the Zelda games. So we're getting welcome to our tutorial cave right now, where we learn how to make the use most of our skill set. We have these kind of arrows here, which we can use to solve puzzles or to stun enemies. If we shoot an arrow on the overworld on an enemy, that enemy will not be able to move for, was it 5 turns? Enemies only move when we move. We only engage in encounters with overworld enemy, with these kind of in-dungeon enemies, not the overworld enemies, only when we actually touch them. There is also something to do with our positioning relative to the enemies for things like back attacks and ambushes, which are not fully random in this game, but more movement-based. If we engage an enemy looking at its backside or its side, we have a guaranteed or 50-50 of an ambush. If an enemy looks at my side or my backside, they have a 50 or 100% chance to get a preemptive attack on me. We're getting technically lucky here right now with only getting minimal encounters. The encounters in this part of the game, or technically in the entire game, are always relative to our maximum amount of party members. So right now we only have 1 party member, so we can only find encounters having 1 or 2 enemies in it. The more characters we have, the more enemies we can get. I technically do want to see a couple 2 enemies, because if we just get the bare minimum on encounters, we will not get enough money for the next shop. We'll be, we need to get an extra 11 gold. If I would have gotten an extra lizard, that would have been an extra 5 gold. If I would have gotten an extra slime in that encounter, I would have gotten an extra 2 gold. And there will be an encounter in a little bit with mushrooms. That if I get an extra there, will have 10 extra gold in it. I hope to get at least some, because the less extra gold I get, the more potions do I have to sell. The more potions that I have to sell, the scarier the next boss becomes. Or the second boss. The first boss is a joke. And yeah, after getting a little bit trained on how combat works, we're getting invited by our childhood friend Tia here, who has been cooking for us a phantom fish, which tastes like absolutely nothing. Man, she's not great at cooking, so yeah, we're adding some spices, we're drinking some tea, we're talking about a future, and then we're just like, yeah, okay, cool, gotta go. Maxim being kind of oblivious to the fact that Tia is kinda infatuated with him. Just, you know, classical male protagonist, RPG protagonist doesn't, or anime protagonist in general, doesn't know when the girls are after him. Too dense to notice. And yeah, as we're leaving to go back about our daily business, a guard shows up and is like, oh my god, the monsters have taken over the cave next into the next city, and one of them stole the key into the next city, and whatever shall we do? And, well, as the most seasoned fighter in town, we are going to take care of that, and already messing up, yay. Something that you'll see me do a lot is opening the menu while I'm on the overworld. Why do I do that? Well, funny enough, every time I open the menu on the overworld, it completely resets my encounter rate to 0, and will guaranteed protect me from getting into encounters for 4 steps. So we're usually trying to get like 6-7 steps in before resetting the... before opening the menu and resetting the encounter rate again. By doing so, guaranteeing that we're getting next to no encounters on the entire overworld. In theory, we should do it every 4 steps to guarantee it, but there is a little bit of risk that we like to take, considering that the encounter rate actually gets truly reset. We have a very low chance of getting hit afterwards. 2 mushrooms, thank you. Gonna use our first boomerang here. As you can see, hits a little bit harder than we do with our normal attacks. Hits for AoE as well. Spider is not annoying me, very nice. Safety healing, since I didn't get the early level up. And with that, we're already coming to the first boss fight. Say hello to the Lizard Man. He stole the key. He has 80 HP. He'll die in 2 boomerangs. Even though his damage is looking a little bit frightening, he really isn't that scary all in all. Thanks to our boomerangs. And yay, we get the key! The city is saved. We can now go to the next city. And we're just wondering, like, well, those monsters are usually dumb. How did it manage to, you know, actually have a plan like that? And then this mysterious woman shows up here. This is Iris. She's a fortune seer, and in a vision she saw us and our destiny of traveling the lands and ridding the world of evil. Because we have the power to save the world. So we're just gonna believe this random stranger in a cave and go on a journey to save the world. From what exactly, we're not sure right now. All we know is that there was like a mysterious ball of light that swept the lands, as you could have seen in the intro sequence. Basically, if you paid attention at the very start, there were these balls of light that were sweeping through the world. Thank goodness I just put on that healing tile because I forgot to turn off turbo. We used turbo for this run, by the way. And yeah, one of these balls basically landed somewhere nearby, and since that happened, all the monsters have been acting strange. And oh no, earthquake! Ah, help! Panic! Okay, it stopped. We did get an extra mushroom, so we're plus 10, which means we're minus 2, which means we need to sell 1 potion in order to afford the boomerangs that we need for the next dungeon. And yeah, let's go investigate why there was why there are so many earthquakes here. By talking to the townspeople a little bit, which we don't have to, we get to know that the earthquake's epicenter usually comes from this cave that's nearby town. Please don't annoy me, Mr. Blob. You really don't want to cooperate. Oh, of course. Oh, of course. Since as I just said, I wanted to have that monster move to the left so I'd get a 50% chance for a preemptive attack. However, the monster did not want to move until the very moment I've moved myself. Fun times whenever it happens, especially with these kind of monsters. All monsters kind of have a set moveset, unless I have to remember I've killed them in different order right now, and actually... Okay, good. The surprise attack and the eagles can be a little bit sketchy at times. I half forgot about that, and it nearly would have ended very, very badly. Alright, we killed you first, then we killed you, and then we killed the eagle. Opens the door. That was a little bit sketchy, honestly. There was a chance that I could have died there. Which wouldn't have been great, because I haven't saved yet. Because usually that isn't a problem. Yeah, so we start the level, we start the run already with having had some bad agility level ups. Which is why the eagles were faster than me, which is always not great when it happens. Especially after a surprise attack, but yeah, we got lucky that there was only a single enemy in that ambush. With the beetle. If that would have been 2 monsters, I would have been dead now. I should have healed afterwards, after all. I've had a death like that in, not too long ago during the Jon Snow-a-thon. Hey, we got a key! Alright, next we're gonna take a small detour for a grinding session for safety. We're heading in here, and we're gonna equip the new weapon that we just found, the Insect Cross, which has a special property that it deals extra damage, double damage in fact, to insect monsters. And you know, being able to deal double the damage is always better than not being able to deal double the damage. Got my agility sorted by now. Hope we're getting a one of the eagles being a single enemy, the other eagles all being double. We don't have enough boomerangs to kill all the eagles. So we hope for at least one encounter with only one, otherwise it might get a little bit messy. Seemed too late that there were 2 enemies here. Could have used a special attack, which I can talk about as well. As you can see, we have 3 bars at the bottom. Ooh, nice extra potion. Extra potion for safety, always nice. We have 3 bars in the bottom on the attack screen. Okay, good, single eagle. HP, MP is very clear, and then we have the IP bar, which stands for Ichor points. In the German version, I personally prefer the name. It's called the Anger bar, would be translated to. It is basically that whenever an enemy hits us, we fill a little bit up on our anger bar, and whenever we fill up a little bit of our anger bar, we can use that anger bar in combination with certain equipment pieces to use the equipment pieces' special attacks. In our case right now, we have the Insect Cross, which is the weapon that we found. 60 HP, that's good. Which has a special attack called Bomb Attack, which is just a normal attack except AoE. Which is nice to use when some of the enemies are coming in packs of 2, and with that we're having the first save already. The other reason we did the leveling detour is not just for the levels, but also for the item that was in there, which was a speedy ring, which raises our agility. Which is going to come in handy, because now we're definitely always going to be faster than the boss. Which is this catfish, who was bored, and that's why he created all his earthquakes in hopes of luring someone in to play with him. We're not going to play with him, we're going to fight him. However, this fight can be very annoying. He has 200 HP. With our boomerangs right now, we can kill him in 4 hits, but it's a damage roll to kill him in 4 hits. He has a normal attack, which deals about 20 attack. He has a special attack called Mega Quake, which deals about 25. And he has a spell that we really don't want to see all run called Flash, which deals about 40 damage. So we gotta make sure that we're sticking healthy. Kinda playing it a little bit more safe than I would in a PB attempt. Hoping for a lot of normal attacks. It's literally the best thing he can do. Haven't seen what the third attack, what the second attack was, so I have to play it safe. There is right now a damage roll to kill him with the next boomerang, but I don't want to take a risk in case that goes wrong, but that should be fine here. Please kill. And we didn't even get the catfish jewel. Very nice, very nice. One headache less. Immediately one headache less. Reset spell to teleport out. We have something else to do here. Now that we've killed the boss, we would be able to go back to the village. There'd be some people that say, oh yeah, there was a woman that was looking for you specifically. And that woman's Tia. She actually came to the dungeon looking for us because she was worried. However, Tia is a shopkeeper, so obviously not really a fighter, and immediately gets assaulted by a goblin and a skeleton with a very weird weapon. We love the skeletons in this game, with their very fun-looking swords. And yeah, and she's just going to be like, you didn't came home, so I was worried, and I was looking for you. The townspeople said I found you here, and we're just like, yeah, I got a mission now, I gotta go, and it's my destiny, I was told by some random lady in a cave. And yeah, in the end, Tia is just gonna be like, alright, I might not be as strong as you are, but I really want to be with you and come with you and help you out. And with that, we have a second party member. Say hello to Tia. Tia is by far the worst character in the entire game. The only thing that she's good at is speed. She is the second fastest character in the game, but her magic is very oomph. In a bad way, oomph. She just can't really wield too many weapons. She doesn't really have a good weapon arsenal in general. But she will still be very important for the upcoming fights, because we wouldn't be able to do it without her, since we are absolutely underleveled for the next couple fights, since we're, you know, not really fighting things that we don't have to fight. Shopping trip, which was, let me double check, we keep the potions for safety, we sell the small knife and the miracle that we picked up. We're going to buy 31 boomerangs, we're going to buy 4 escapes and 1 warp, and then a mini field for Tia. Boomerangs we already explained, damaging item. Escape is an item that lets me instantly exit a dungeon. Warp is a spell that allows me to teleport to a city that I've already visited. And the mini shield is a shield for Tia that has a special attack that is called Battle Lust, which is a attack buff. Which, you know, we like attack buffs. Anyway, we go and visit the king for no real reason, and then these two guys show up and be like, oh no, we got news that someone stole the crown and this is a replica. Turns out those guys are the thieves, because no one's seen them ever before. So they immediately revealed who they are. Well, say hello to Birdie and Bart. They're going to blow this place up. To steal the crown, because they're thieves. And something isn't... Oh. How'd they survive that? They got blown up by a bomb! Oh well, let's just watch as they are slowly getting back into position and then running away. And none of the king's guards don't want to do anything when he comes back, grabs the crown, and runs out again. What incompetent guards you have, King. You probably should look for some new guards, honestly. So yeah, obviously, as the heroes of the story, we can't just let this injustice be happening, so we're chasing the thieves into the cellars, aka sewers of the castle. And we're gonna get the crown back, because that's what heroes do. going to have to take a small detour to the bottom here. New enemy type horses. They chase me whenever I get close to them, so we want to stay away from them as much as possible. Or stun them with our arrows. Whenever possible. Boomerang, boomerang. And now I have 2 people that can throw boomerangs for massive damage. Yay! And then we find bombs ourselves. So, who can we blow up with this? Sadly, no one. Bombs are purely an environmental item. They don't actually deal damage to us, so we can stand in them as much as we want. And, well, we're gonna use them for the usual stuff. Blowing up wooden crates and crumbling doors. Also, hey, did I say this is no major glitches? We're supposed to bring this pot up there onto this button. Because the moment we step off this button, the button will unpress and the bridge will retract again. However, if we just use the reset spell on top of the button, that magically places the pot on there. Small oversight, but hey, this is no major glitches, so no minor glitches are allowed. And talking about glitches, manipulation. This game is fully RNG manipulatable. Once you know what RNG you're on, you're always gonna get the exact same result for doing the exact same actions in the exact same frame. A little bit of a puzzle, connect free. So if we have actually all save files on empty, it is universally the exact same RNG for any player ever, and we can use that to perfectly RNG manipulate everything about the game, from enemy movements to enemy drops. Everything can fully be manipulated and can fully be exploited. However, since this is the No Manip category, we do not really care about that, since we're not allowed to actively try and abuse that. That's why we have to have different save files in order to have to make sure that we don't have the default RNG. And another rule that comes with that is that we are strictly prohibited to make any use of any boss drops. I've mentioned the catfish tool a little bit ago on the boss. He has a low chance to drop an accessory that has a very, very strong special attack that is really, really, really good for the early game, and whenever we don't need it anymore, we would be able to sell it for a whopping 20,000 gold. Almost said gil, there is no gil in this game. Ooh, Tia leveled up already. Good encounters, honestly. If Tia already levels up this early, that always means we're on very good encounters. Sadly didn't get any long knife drops. As I said, we're not allowed to use boss drops of any kind. Normal monster drops are always fine, though. The idea behind this is we don't want the No Manip category to just become a reset fest where you have to reset in the first 10 minutes for 2 hours just in order to get a run going. And yeah, meanwhile, Birdie and Bird set us a trap, but didn't know how the trap worked and washed themselves away instead of washing us away. And they lost the crown in the process. Well, wonder if we're gonna see those guys ever again. And yeah, with the crown now in our possession, we can bring that back to the king. The king will then ask us for a reward. We can choose between 4 different rewards. We can choose to become a king ourselves. We can ask for the princess's hand. We can ask for money, or we can ask for nothing. We are asking for nothing. Because by asking for nothing, he's like, oh, you're so generous, and rewards us with 3,000 gil. If we ask to become king or ask for the princess, he's gonna be like, you know what, I sadly can't do that, but here, take 1,000 gil instead, 1,000 gold instead. And if we take the money, he only gives us 2,000 gold. Say, 3,000 is more than 2,000, so we ask for nothing. Meanwhile, oh no, little kid was playing in the cave here with a key, with a very important key. And then a monster came, pushed him to the ground and stole the key. And that key is for like the teleport shrine into the next city, which is like, you know, a major trade route, so the kid kind of did mess up. So obviously we have to go and retrieve the key from the monster. Gonna have to remember, don't go up. Recent money reroute. Hope the lizard doesn't annoy me too much. Alright. These lizards are chaser enemies. They will randomly move towards my my general direction. Can be a little bit annoying with that, but luckily we do have our arrows to immobilize them for a time. Grabbing the horse rock. Kind of a useful accessory, however we don't really care about its usefulness, we only care that it sells for 2,500 gold. Why do I want to keep saying guild to Final Fantasy Brain? We're gonna take a small detour here for the light armor. Because, you know, we haven't had any armor upgrades yet, and we're already a couple dungeons in, so enemies are gonna start hitting heavier, and especially since we are a little bit under-leveled. More armor always good. Picking up another miracle. Miracle in this game basically is a max revive. Fully revives, fully heals a character's HP and MP. We are currently mainly caring about them because they sell for 1,000 gold, and 1,000 gold is a lot of money right now. Small detour over here for this hidden witch ring. And then this used to be part of the run, but thanks to the new money route and us now picking up the horse rock, this is now a safety item. Since we can make a detour here to pick up another miracle. Once again, this would, before it would have been required as a money route, now it's safety, since, you know, having a revival item for the early game is very, very nice, since the early game bosses can all be a little bit annoying. As we said already with the catfish, he had some attacks that really, really could have annoyed us if we used them. And we would have ran out of potions before long. Not a single long knife. That's a little sad. That means I can't save time by getting a spell earlier. Oh well, whatever. Yeah, we were kind of hoping from these kobolds to drop at least one long knife. They sell for 400 gold. Then again, I do have the miracle, honestly. If I don't need the miracle on the boss here, I could sell that one to buy the spell. Then again, it's probably not worth it. It's probably better to keep for the safety, especially now that it's an option for the marathon run. Safety is always good around annoying bosses. Maxim, strongest equipment. Tia gets the witch ring. Make sure to save, because we're coming up to the next boss, which is also a very, very annoying boss. Say hello to Regal Goblin. This boss is an RNG nightmare. We're gonna start with a fake to raise our speed, and then we're gonna cast Drowsy with Tia. Drowsy is a sleep spell. Has a 50% chance to hit, 50% chance to miss. We don't really like it missing, because this guy can be really, really annoying. Because he hits kind of hard, which we really don't want to see too often. And he has an ability calling for help, with which he can summon goblins to his aid, which can become really, really annoying if too many of them swarm the arena. We really hope to put him to sleep, and then him staying asleep for forever. And the 50% chances really just don't want to hit right now, and there's the first companion. Great. Have to attack with both now. A single boomerang is not enough to kill the companion, and when both the boss and the companion attack, that can get messy quickly. And now we're in a bad spot in general. Whenever you can't just put him to sleep, the fight can technically be so easy. You can put him to sleep and then he just never wakes up for the rest of the fight as you spam 10 boomerangs into him, and that's it. Problem solved, fight over. It can be that easy. It can be that easy. But unfortunately, it's not for us. The only good thing about this is we're getting some attacks in on Tia to fill her IP bar. Fall asleep. How is it that I've missed every single drowsy so far? It's a 50% chance, by lord. Have to heal here. If I don't heal, there's a chance that he kills Tia next turn, no matter what he does. Hope they both attack Maxim. Calling more companions, not good, not good. Okay, I have to attack here. I literally can't have the two of them around. I have to get rid of them before he summons another part of the army. Yep. So many monsters. Getting really unlucky here with all the summons, with not hitting a single drowsy. The fight can be really so easy. When he is asleep, he has a certain chance that actually isn't all that high to wake up at the end of the battle, and a surprisingly low chance to be waken up whenever we hit him with a physical attack. Or any attack, doesn't have to be physical, just whenever we attack him, there is a chance for him to wake up from it. How is it that I'm missing every single drowsy? It's 50%! Come on! Game! Oh god, it's a mage. Get rid of that mage ASAP. Can't have a mage on screen. It was too many, that's how many it was. At least after he summons a companion, his attacks only do half the damage, so they become a little less threatening. And yeah, that's how you lose 2.5 minutes just by getting unlucky. By the way, that chest up there has the key in it that we came here to get, but we're just gonna ignore that. Who needs keys anyways? Yeah, so fun oversight from the devs. The key actually isn't required to open the door. The game literally only checks for if the boss is dead. And ooh, treasure chests. Oh no, it's a trap. However, will we get out of here? Oh well, I guess we just use escape. That power brace is going to become very, very important very later into the run. Has some immunities on it against status effects that we will be needing towards the end of the run against a couple bosses. Till then, it will just sit in our inventory. Alright, so as I said, the key is actually not required. It only checks if the boss is dead. And with that, we can get to the next city, where we'll finally get our next companion. Running only around with 2 characters is a little bit of a chore. So yeah, we helped this woman because she really needed to get back. She's the innkeeper here, and that's her brother. Her brother, Guy. Yes, the guy is literally just named Guy, and he is the guy in this game. Well, technically he isn't the guy, he's the second guy in this game, but like, the second guy only is going to be around temporarily, while Guy is gonna stick around forever. With, like, 1 or 2 dungeons where he's gonna be AWOL. Remove all Maxim's equipment. Shopping time. We're going to buy 2 kukris, Thunder Elemental weapons. The next boss is weak to Thunder. Tough Hide, which we also will be needing a lot later. We're gonna sell our last potion. We're gonna sell all the boomerangs. We're going to sell the Horse Rock, the Insect Crush. We keep 1 miracle for safety. We're not gonna sell both. The light armor, the cloth, the small shield. We keep the speedy ring. We keep the kukris. 5,100 means we do not have the excess money to buy Flash for Maxim already, which is a little unfortunate. Gale, which is the ice spell for Tia. Flash, which is the thunder spell for Tia. Strong, which is the healing spell for Maxim. We also need Flash on Maxim right now, but we didn't have the excess money, so we have to do that in another town. We're gonna buy big boomerangs now. Why only use boomerangs when you can use big boomers? 7 should be fine. Yeah, money-wise it's working out. 3 high potions for safety, and a couple of awakes. And guys asking us for a sparring match. So yeah, we just threw out all our boomerangs and instead bought big boomers. Yay, we're gonna throw big people of a generation of humanity at people. No, it's obviously big boomer is just console limitations with this one, that the name can't be too long, so big boomerang did not fit. And yay, Guy joins our party and we can throw big boomers now. But still a little bit more damage than our boomerangs did. Just a little. And yeah, as we started to do a sparring match with Guy, because he wants to know how strong we are, this dude shows up here, this lion dude, his name's Kamu, and he's like, aha, we're gonna destroy the city, and then he has these followers with him, that we... gonna just immediately take out with the boomers, and Kamo's a bad loser, is gonna like, oh, you're gonna pay for that, and kidnaps Guy's sister, the innkeeper. So obviously we have to go rescue her, because obviously it's in the lore, we have to. So we're now heading to Ten Bell Tower, and I hate Ten Bell Tower. Why do I hate Ten Bell Tower? Because we're going to have to do it twice for story reasons. These scorpions are always working 90-degree adjusted to us. Gonna get the back attack on these goblins here, use a big boomer, use a flash spell. If anyone survives, Guy cleans them up. So yeah, Guy is one of the main damage dealers and one of the main tanks in the game. He can hit really, really hard and actually survive a bunch of hits. Which is going to be very, very nice. He does not have any magic aptitude, however. But he doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to have. Small riddle here. We're not allowed to touch the gold of the carpet. If we do a security mechanism, we'll launch. Luckily, that crab only can walk up and down. Small trick here with frame perfect things. We can save a tiny bit of time by turning away immediately after hitting the switch. I'll probably be losing a minute over trying to do that a bunch of times across the game and failing for it. Next puzzle over here. We have to push the pillar onto the platform and then have to arrange the pots around it. So we just arrange the pots first and then push the pillar. Crap, don't annoy me. Next puzzle in the next room is going to be a sound puzzle. There are 3 pillars. They're making sounds and I have to basically replicate the sounds by using the right items on them. And I completely messed up. Movement up, yay. Went left one step too many and one step too soon. Usually very easy to manipulate that enemy to not be in our way. And of course the crab has to annoy me by standing in the middle of the hallway that we have to go through. Luckily, we don't have to do this segment again when we climb the tower for the second time. Since, you know, we already have the key, so why would we go and check out the empty key chest? Alright, clock puzzle. 12 o'clock, then 9 o'clock. To make a secret door appear and a normal door open. Guy in the front row, Guy strongest, Maxim strongest, speedy ring. This is what I meant when I said I'm gonna lose a second by, lose a minute by trying this track way too often. It saves like half a second if you get it, and I'm gonna usually waste like 4 or 5 seconds every time I don't get it. And that's gonna happen a lot. Anyways, say hello to Kamu. And as you can see, if you're looking out there, there are 3 treasure chests behind them, which contain very powerful gear that we are definitely gonna wanna have. Alright, Maxim is gonna use the Thunder Blast ability, Guy's just gonna attack, Tia's gonna start by buffing Guy's attack. The strategy for this fight is fairly simple, he's weak to Thunder. We have Thunder weapons on Maxim, Maxim and Guy. We're gonna use them as much as we can. Tia is the healer for the fight, and hopefully he's not gonna die to a normal attack from Kamu. I didn't actually check her max HP, how she rolled. He has the chance to call companions. Funny enough, these times. Last fight he had followers. This time, Gale. This time they're slaves. He went from devoted followers that aid him in battle from summoning literal slaves. Why ever he did that. Calling companions, we hope he doesn't do that too often because we really don't want to see that too often. I do not have that many big boomers to deal with it. He has an attack called Sleep Stinger, which can afflict sleep, has a chance to also miss the sleep, which is why we bought the Awakes. Can you stop with the companion calling? That is literally the one thing I don't want to see you doing too often. I want you to attack. I need IP on Guy for the next boss, so please. Where's your Buster attack spamming? Thank you. That's the next thing you can do. He has his Buster attacks. Very cool looking AoE. It's not too threatening all in and of itself. And we hope that he will use it a couple more times. Usually when he uses it once, he's going to spam it for a while. Which is exactly what we want to see to get the IP that we want for the next couple fights. Heal everyone, attack, heal Max and Tia. Got some IP again to do Thunder Blasts. And he's calling more companions. Now I don't have any more big boomers, so I have to attack with Guy instead of using a big boomerang. Because I only have one more and I need that one for another fight as we climb the tower back up. Stop it. You're summoning too many monsters. Okay, that is not good. Suddenly the fight is getting a little bit ugly. Yes, more Buster attacks. That's exactly what I want to see, please. High potion. Stop with the companions! The annoying thing about this one is the fight isn't technically bad, it's just slow, which is annoying. Getting unlucky here, losing another minute on just getting an annoying fight. And I don't even really got any IP out of it for Guy, so the next fight is also gonna be annoying to deal with. God damn it. Anyways, Kamu, once again, now that we beat him being a bad loser, locking us in and then activating the tower's self-destruct function, because of course the tower has a self-destruct function. So yeah, we have to get out of here real quick, but what about those 3 treasure chests at the top there? I kind of really want those. Those are really, really powerful items. Yeah, Iris fills up, saves our lives by teleporting us out, being vanished after that. Funnily enough, the self-destruct button on the tower kind of seemed to have malfunctioned because the tower didn't blow up. Actually, it's still there. But yeah, thanks to the padding of the characters not allowing me to grab the chests, I now have to go out of my way and climb the entire tower again for those chests. Which contains a very strong armor that I really want for the entire rest of the run, because it gives an attack buff to Guy when he wears it. There is a very strong weapon, which is going to be absolutely ludicrous on the next 2 bosses. Since it is a lot stronger than all weapons we can get otherwise right now. And on top is a fire elemental weapon, with 2 of the next 3 bosses being weak to fire. And a shield for the girls that actually is going to be very helpful for a couple other fights. Anyways, so yeah, Guy is like, oh, he hears about a story and he wants in, but he doesn't want to leave the village, because what if the village gets attacked again? What if his sister gets kidnapped again? Turns out he also has a girlfriend. That was the red-haired girl. Her name is Jessie. Yes, Guy has a girlfriend. That guy has a girlfriend. But yeah, basically she gives him permission to join us, and he's super happy about that. He's gonna join the team now. Yay! So yeah, having to climb up the entire tower again. This is why we couldn't lose the last boomerang, even though I really would have wanted to. And then I'm only getting a 2 encounter, where the boomerang really wouldn't have been that important. If there would have been a pack of 4 monsters here, then surely the boomerang would have been very important to have, but like that, not really. Yeah, luckily this tower is not too complicated to navigate. There aren't too many terrible puzzles that take forever to solve. And of course the crap's gonna have to be annoying. They always do. Get the heals in, no need for a save right now. We save in front of the next boss. Don't need the 12 o'clock again, just put it to 9 o'clock to open the door. Hey, got it first try. Didn't waste 5 seconds trying to say half a second. Yay! Alright, so yeah, as I said, we get a very powerful weapon here, the fire dagger. There's the Kamu armor, which is, for right now, a very strong armor in and of itself, but the effect, that the real thing that we care about with that armor is that it gives Guy an extra, like, 10 attack. And then we can pass through the tower into the next town. Welcome to Clemento. Gonna sell the short swords. And one of the kukris, since we don't need it anymore. We are going to buy 14 big boomers. And a couple mystery pins. Mystery pins heal paralysis. The next boss is notorious for using a lot of paralysis. And then we have this huge mention here with the owner, the rich guy of town, being named Rocky, and he's like, "Hey, you're adventurers, right? There's this old legend about a ruby the size and shape of an apple that is lying in the cave north of here, and he's promising us to pay us absolutely handsomely if we, you know, bring it to him, because he's a rich guy that always needs to get what he wants. So he's gonna pay us an exorbitant amount of money if we bring him that ruby, so that sounds like a plan. His wife, in the meantime, came over for a moment and told us, "Oh, hey, yeah, by the way, remember this glass shop that is in one of the houses that we rented to that guy? Yeah, they're behind on rent." And then the rich guy is just like, "Oh, honey, not in front of the guests, etc., etc." Which is a random tidbit to throw in there. I don't know why they did that. Oh, skeleton immediately moved. Nice. This skeleton can be so annoying that I can stand there sometimes for a minute or two without the skeleton moving away from the door. It is always extremely annoying when it happens. Yeah, with that we already have the key to the boss room. Also, yes, the ruby cave is filled with lava everywhere. There's these ice blocks here that we can throw into the lava to make bridges. There's a couple hidden chests in here, but we don't really care for any of the contents of those chests. We already did heal on the last tower, didn't get into any fights that we'd have to heal again. And with that, welcome to the boss that we like to call the Troll Runtula. Why do we like to call it a Troll Runtula? Well, fake. Oh, we do have enough for Blaze Attack already. Nice, but lost. Troll Runtula has a lot of annoying moves. An AoE poison move that deals tons of damage that is hard to heal against. Normal attacks can... I mean, Poison Shower in this moment is not the worst thing to have immediately. You attack, you. His normal attacks can cause paralysis, and he can summon more allies to his side, which actually is the best thing he can do, because that basically is going to end up in a free turn for us, since we can just throw a big boomer at them, and the big boomer will be enough to kill. Also gives us more time to buff Guy some more. We want to push as much attack as we can into him. Hope that we get a couple attacks on Guy to get his IP filled up again in order to use the special attack once more. Which the special effect of the Blaze attack is that it deals 3 times the damage of a normal attack, plus the fire weakness. Nice paralysis. That's why we bought the mystery pins. Paralysis in this game is just a full immobilization. We literally can't do anything while we are paralyzed. The only way to get out of it is to use a healing item or to have you randomly break out of it at the end of a turn. We're getting a lot of summons, which is really, really good, honestly. Summons is the best thing, and once again, the best thing you can do, which is free damage. We can use Tia's ability to keep buffing Guy's attack damage. We literally can't do anything anymore right now. We already buffed him to the max. Any more buffs wouldn't really do anything. Casting stronger already, that means Troll Runtula is already very low on health. Big boomer attack. Please kill. Thank you. Would not have to want to deal with a paralyzed Tia. Alright, so after an incredibly terrible Kamu and incredibly terrible Catfish, we actually got a good Troll Runtula, which is kind of ironic if you think about it. That the enemy that we literally call Troll Runtula is nice to us. So yeah, during the fight, the ruby apple broke, and we found that the boss was guarding a little prison area here, where there was a guy that is actually the glass shop owner. That was randomly mentioned before. He was trapped here by the spider, was about to be eaten. He was here looking for materials to work with. And he wants to reward us with an apple that is actually only made out of glass, but looks out of red glass, but it looks kind of like a ruby. And he actually made 2 of them, and one of them he sold a while ago, and that somehow ended up in this cave with the legend of the ruby apple. So even though it is just glass, it is the exact apple that the rich guy asked us to bring him. So, we're gonna give him that glass apple that he thinks is a ruby apple. He's gonna give us an exorbitant amount of money for it, which we're very thankful about, because money is always good to have. Except, you know, Maxim has to be the moral of things, and is like, well, technically the apple is Jeffy's work, the glass shop owner's work, and he is behind on rent. He definitely has those money issues. And, so we're gonna give all the money that we got to him so he can pay his rent. And then obviously have some money left over. Which is a little sad. We really could have made use of that money, but then again, we don't really have money issues from here to the end of the game. Small detour here into the magic shop to now buy the flash spell for Maxim. We could have done that in the last city already if we would have gotten lucky on money drops, which we sadly didn't. So we had to make a small detour here for the extra shop. And with that, we're going into the next city, the city of Parcelite. Where we immediately witness 2 little boys bully a little girl, throwing a piece of rope in front of her and being like, "Ooh, a snake, ee!" And then she cries. And then this woman shows up and drives the kids off and gives some nice life advice to the little girl. That girls shouldn't have to cry her tears. They mean a lot, and you shouldn't cry, but you shouldn't cry easily. We're heading to the item shop to buy some regains, revival items, and some shriek confusion heals. With the revival items now, the run from here on out becomes a lot safer than it was up till now. Up till now, every boss could have ended in disaster. Now we have healing. Now we have revival items. And yeah, turns out this woman that we just saw is actually the commander of the Castle Knights. A woman as a Castle Knight commander? Pfft. The men in here really have nothing to deal. Nothing against strong women. I love my strong women. Yeah, alright. We're gonna head to the king. The king is just going to be like, "Hey, are you Sir Maxim? We've heard about the king whose crown you saved. And since you're passing through my kingdom here, we have a quest for you. There is a shrine to the north, known as the Treasure Shrine, which is guarding a legendary sword known as the Treasure Sword. It's not very strong, but, you know, it is a very pretty to look at sword. I think in the German version, they literally just call it the Decor Sword. And yeah, he's gonna ask Selen to come with us, and we're gonna siege that dungeon with her and the party. And with that, for the first time, we have our full 4-man party. Yay! Selen, much like Tia, isn't the strongest character. Her magic is on an entirely different level than Tia's, though, and she does actually get access to a couple good equipment pieces that make her quite strong for the run. We'll mainly use her as a healer. In a couple fights we will be using her as a damage dealer, but the main role Selen will have for the rest of the run will just be the role of healer, since we will have other stronger characters to be dealing the damage most of the time. So yeah, off to the Treasure Shrine, where I'll be having to focus a little bit, because I still always get confused with that once I have to actually be a bit careful around here. We have this moving platform puzzle room with a couple items that we want really here. The first one we got there was the Undead Ring. Undead Ring is a... Okay. Undead Ring is an accessory that makes it so all our attacks will actually be dealing holy damage. which is going to be a very, very useful and very often used accessory for the entire rest of the run. We had the Cold Rapier, which is basically the exact same as the Fire Dagger, except in ice. It is a very strong weapon with a special ability that allows it to do a special attack for 3 times the normal damage. And, you know, being able to deal 3 times the damage is always an insanely nice thing to have. No, wrong way around. You first, then you. And lastly, we have the Anger Brace, which is a shield for the guys that has the same special attack as the mini shield that we bought for Tia early, and of course he's immediately looking at me and getting the 50% back attack. Do not kill anyone, please. The shame about this secret treasure room here is that you can't see how the enemies here are positioned until the moment you hit the button, which is already in invisible territory. Contains a Mind Ring, which is also going to be a very, very useful accessory for the time being. Has a special attack that casts the spell Stronger, which is basically the tier, which is the second tier healing spell. And you know, we love second tier healing spells. How did that not trigger a fight? Excuse me. I messed up my movement there and did not trigger a fight for it. That's interesting. Maxim, Strongest, Tia, Mind Ring, Pearl Brace, Selin the Mini Shield. And with that, it's time to go clowning. Yay, we go clowning! Say hello to Pierre and Danielle, who will annoy us a little bit. Buff self, you attacks, you gales, you heals. Funnily enough, we have 2 clowns here. The one is dressed in blue and green and is actually weak to ice and water, while himself using a lot of fire and thunder spells. The other one is dressed in orange and yellow, deals a lot of, does a lot of water and ice magics, and is weak to ice and thunder. Is weak to thunder and lightning. That way around. So they're basically color opposites to compare to their weaknesses. And yeah, they can be quite annoying with some of their attacks. But we just hope we don't see any deaths, especially after they already butchered Maxim as much as they did with the first attack. God damn it. Ah, that's really unfortunate. However, after we kill him, oh no, he's just immediately spawning back. Your power is not enough to defeat us. Alright, then let's try beating the other guy. Saying hello to Danielle. We do not have the IP to buff here. That's a little bit sad right now. Stop laughing. Give me my IP back. I need IP, buddy. Maxim needs his IP back before the next fight, please. And Guy could also use some more. Yeah, these fights can be very annoying depending on how much damage they do to whom and how much IP you have all around. Depending on that, they can go a lot faster or a lot slower. Alright, Maxim does not have enough for a Glacial Blast on the next fight. Guy has enough for his Fire Blast, though. So yeah, after fighting both of them once, Selen is like, wait a second, they're saying the same thing, they're always respawning when we only beat one. And then she's like, I've heard stories on the battlefield about monsters, 2 bodies, 1 brain. We have to kill them both at the same time. And for safety reasons, I'm gonna go back, heal up, and save one more time. Because the next fights can derail even harder than the first ones did. So yeah, since we have to kill them both at the same time, we're gonna split up in 2 parties. Maxim and Tia are going to the left, fighting the blue one. Guy and Selen go to the right, fighting the red one. Those will both happen basically at the same time, even though technically they are not happening at the same time. We will be fighting them one after each other. This is where the Mind Ring comes into play. Thanks to the tier 2 healing spell from it, we can actually make some decent heals here, no matter how hard he attacks us. We're hoping for more attacks on Maxim so he can use a special attack, since Maxim will be our main damage dealer. He has 1,200 HP. We're dealing about 200 per attack, 600 of a special attack. This will probably low roll, and I probably shouldn't have done this. But the fact that I literally just saved made me a little bit overconfident. Yeah, he's still alive. Ah, this could end badly now. Ha 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 ha! Yeah, they have this random move where they just don't do anything, and it just happened at the perfect time. Perfect. Alright, that's one clown. And for the other clown, we're starting with a heal for Selen while she buffs Guy. And then Guy is gonna go ham on the guy while Selen keeps up the heals. With only 2 characters on screen, her tier 1 healing spell is more than enough to deal with whatever attacks he throws at us. Should probably mention that as well. All spells are based in a similar assessment. I can choose to cast spells in this game on a single person, on 2 persons, on 3 persons, or on all 4 persons. I can literally mix and match however I need that. Every spell's effectiveness, however, gets divided by the amount of people that it targets. The same is also true for status effect spells. If I use them on multiple enemies. For example, if we take the Drowsy spell that we used earlier, which I said has a 50% success rate, well, if I use it on 2 enemies at the same time, it has instead has a 25% chance on each of those enemies. If I use it on 4, it has a 12.5% chance success on each of the targets, and so on. But yeah, we've both been defeated. We can grab the treasure sword and leave. Before I leave, however, I'm gonna randomly just remove Guy's equipment. Also, by the way, since Selen joined our team, she has escape and warp, the items that we used before, as spells. That's why we bought so little, so now we no longer have to rely on the items since we can just use the spell version. There will be a single dungeon in the entire rest of the game. We do not have access to Selen. Aside from that, she will be with us for the entire rest of the run, providing the services of these 2 spells. And yeah, as we bring back the treasure sword, a guard comes in and is like, Your Majesty, Our neighbor town was wiped off the map by a single man. Who could have done this? This is extraordinary, and so we volunteer, since that sounds like a threat, to go and scout it out, check out what's going on, and you know, hopefully damage control where we can, and Selon decides then to ask the king for permission to join us, to help us with that, since she's scared for our well-being, and you know, if this one guy who blew up the neighboring town should set its sights on this castle, no one would be safe, so she wants to go out for a preemptive strike on the guy. And with that, she now officially becomes a party member. As we're now gonna head to the neighboring town. I hate it when a shrine turns from going up to turning down. I should have known it for this one. So yeah, welcome to Gordovan. You can see the city is still a little bit scorching on the map and is kind of destroyed. If we were to talk to the townspeople a little bit, we basically would hear that the guy who blew the city up went to the tower in the west. Fortunately, despite the entire city being blown to pieces, not a single person in the city died. Could you please press on the button? Could you please press on the button? I hate this riddle so much. It is purely random if this monster decides to press on the button or not. You literally can't control him in any way. Thank you for finally. Hate this puzzle. It's really not a hard puzzle for what it's worth, but it takes way too freaking long. Considering that we can't control it, and that was actually the wrong one. The middle one is the one that I need to push in, and you I need to push down. There are multiple solutions to this puzzle, in theory. Alright, he moved to the side already, that's very nice. Alrighty then, we've had our bombs, we had our arrows for a while, now we're getting another upgrade. The hookshot, yay! Every good RPG needs a hookshot, and hookshot riddles. And of course he needs to be a heat-seeking missile and immediately lock into me. As I said, most monsters have a set moveset. Some are enemies that will randomly take a step towards my general direction every so often. Sometimes are literally chasing. Sometimes are it's our movement direction, but inverted. Some enemies start chasing us down the moment they see us. Some enemies will chase us down from across the room the moment we get into the same room. However, those are luckily far and few between. No. 1, 2, no. 1, 2, 3, that way around, yes. Took a little moment, but I got the spirit. Imagine remembering puzzles like these by heart. This is an elevator, by the way. Alrighty then, and yeah, with that, welcome to Gordovan Gades. Gades is one of the 4 Sinistrals, but I still prefer their German names, the Hell Lords. He is the Sinistral of Destruction, as probably evident by the fact that his literal introduction was him blowing up an entire town. And, yeah. Funny enough, Gades is going to be a fight that we're going to be fighting a total of 4 times. However, this fight is, technically speaking, a scripted loss. In this specific fight, he has the exact strength that he has in his final encounter already, which is literally the 4th to last boss. He has the exact same health, he has the exact same stats, he has the exact same everything. Then the last, which is the second to last encounter actually, which is still very shortly before end of the game. However, with a little bit of luck and the right equipment and a little bit of over-leveling, we in theory would actually be able to kill him. And wow, actually him using Destructive Wave on the first turn, immediately wiping us out, that is rare enough to happen. Yeah, we technically can beat him, but it's a very, very difficult fight that requires a lot of preparation. If we do beat him, we get rewarded by a weapon called a Gades Blade, which is a really, really, really powerful weapon for this point of the game. So strong, in fact, that it is able to one-shot Gades in the second encounter. And yeah, we got wiped out by Gades. Iris shows up, heals us, and is now telling us that Guy, as well as also Selen, are also sharing my destiny to fight and to save the world. Which, you know, Tia immediately points out, thinks about, well, it's their destiny, but not mine, so she's getting a little bit thinky. Also, yeah, remembering this is any percent to actually pick up these chests. In 100%, we would not want to pick these chests up yet. But in any percent, we definitely do, because we want the money from selling those items. So after getting utterly defeated, Gades just runs off, happy with himself. Iris comes and heals us. We're going back to the king to report what happened. And telling him that we will give him chase, and that while he was really, really strong, we can't just let him do as he pleases, so we're going after him. Until a guard shows, or a messenger shows up and is being like, is there a guy named Guy here? Yeah, I got a message from your sister. Your sister's sick. You gotta go and help her. Well, isn't that convenient? We're losing our strongest character right now. Yay. So yeah, Guy's gonna run off, take care of his sister, as a good brother should, honestly. Even though I really, really would like to have him around for the next boss, because the next boss is really, really annoying. But whatever. We're gonna go give chase. Give chase to Gades. Also, happy 10 AM. As you can probably see by my webcam right now, the sun is shining right in my face. Thank God to my blinds. Can I please not have auto on for this one? Be a good goblin, be a good goblin. Sorry, be a good orc. Of course you're not a good orc. In theory, I could have stunned him with an arrow, but I'm still setting on the bombs because those are the next item that I need. So I usually try to save a couple seconds by not having to switch the items back and forth 2 extra times. However, that orc today did not want to behave at all. Welcome to Merrick's! Shopping time! We're going to sell... We're going to sell... the bracelet... the witch ring... the fire dagger... Kukri goes... calm armor stays... the wood shield goes... jute helmet stays... block shield and scimitar go... We're going to buy a Gladius, not equip it on anyone, that's for later, and we're gonna buy a Toga for Selen to make the next boss a bit safer. We're also going to buy more big boomers. Yay, more big boomers. And now we're going to the magic shop to buy the strongest D&D spell, Fireball, as well as Trick. Fireball is the second tier of fire spells, very powerful, the most powerful spell we can cast right now. And Trick is an attack boosting, buffing spell that, funnily enough, while most spells get weaker if you target them at multiple targets, the stat buff spells do not, since the stat buff spells give a percentual buff based on the character it's casted on's original stat. So Trick will be a spell that we can use later as an AoE spell to buff all of our characters at the same time. And yeah, welcome to the cave bridge, which is a dead end. So there's a guy that wants to repair the bridge in here, but the cave is flooded with monsters, so we're trying to find the source of the monsters. We suddenly run into this dead end, and Tia falls into a hole, and Maxim is like, I can't find any stairs, we can't follow her, it's too dangerous. And Selen is like, oh, screw that, jumps down a hole. Now Maxim is scolding her for Selen. You can't just jump down the hole. You had no idea what was here. You literally could have died. And then Selen falls through a hole, and we immediately jump in right after it, immediately double crossing what we just said. If you haven't told, if you also didn't pick up on the subtle hint, for Tia, Maxim looked for the stairs, thinking it's too dangerous to jump after. For Selen, he immediately jumped after. And yeah, bad enemy movement. Don't surprise attack me. Okay, he surprise attacked me, but not in a bad way at least. Big boomer, big boomer, big boomer. Destroy the orb. It's a little unfortunate when the monsters never want to behave their movement here. And that way, the one enemy that is actually guarding the orb that we have to kill is getting a 50% chance on a preemptive strike. This time we got lucky with there only being a single enemy, so it was a really, really non-threatening surprise attack. And welcome to Bound Kingdom. So you know how I said earlier that Guy is the guy, but actually he's not the guy. He's the second guy. Well, we're about to meet the guy of the game. Say hello to Decker. Decker is literally just him in this game. Idura is here. He's a servant of the Sinistrals, a direct servant of Gades, and he's here to take over the castle. And he's going to invade the kingdom. And Decker is just like, oh, with these puny monsters, what are they gonna do? And he's just like, oh, they're gonna use threats. Except they don't, and Blast Master and everything died immediately. He just took them out in one attack, except this little jelly over there. Funny enough, the weakest monster in that pack, that absolutely had no reason being there, survived his ultra masterful super attack. And then the prince shows up and is like, oh my god, where is the foul monster trying to take over my kingdom? Oh, it's this jelly there. That's like literally the weakest monster in the game, and he actually is strong enough to beat it. Yay! Great prince. He's being trained in swordsmanship by Decker, and definitely still has a long way to go, because he had struggles with his slime. He had a small back and forth with that slime. We already took them out in a single attack at the very start of the game. So we're gonna have a little talk with Decker. Decker's like, oh, I've heard of you, I want to fight you. But Mike Maxim's like, nah, not feeling like it. Everyone introduces themselves, everyone is being a little formal and being like, oh, hey, yeah, you seem pretty strong. And by the way, yeah, Gades and Idura and blah blah blah. And hi, this is Tia, childhood friend. Hi, this is Selen from Parslite. And he's like, oh, Selen from Parslite, I've heard of you. Your beauty is really as radiant as people say. Selen blushes a little bit. And then he runs off and is like, yeah, we can catch up later. As we're visiting to the king right now, a guard shows up and is like, hey, the dude that just wanted to invade our castle, yeah, he went to the dungeon in the north. And the prince is like, as the prince of this country, it is my duty to take him down. And then the king is like, well, my stupid son is doing stupid things again. Decker, could you please follow him and save his life? But try to make it not too obvious that it was you who saved his life. Make it look like the prince actually had everything under control. Such a bad king, giving his son exactly what he wants. Instead of, you know, just telling his son immediately, you fool, you will die, do not go there. But oh well, Decker can handle this. Decker will get the coals out of the fire, and we're gonna go as backup. It's also portrayed in these cutscenes that Decker is a little bit dense. He is very, very, very strong, but he's not the sharpest knife in the kitchen set. And And yeah, North Dungeon. Every dungeon kind of with the name North in its name kind of sucks. This one is still the most tame one, however the boss in this one is an RNG fest to say the least. Since we lost the guy, we don't really have a tank anymore that is capable of taking hits. However, luckily enough for us at least, the boss is more like a mini-boss in this dungeon that is made up out of 2 encounters with slightly stronger than normal monsters, but still nothing really to fear. However, the main difficulty from that boss fight comes from the numbers, not the strength of the boss. Also, we're gonna do another minor glitch right here. By having the bombs explode right there at the exact same time, solving and then immediately unsolving the puzzle, we can move over the bridge as it moves up. We're gonna take away everything from Tia. We're gonna give you the Pearl Brace and the Mind Ring. And now we're going to save. So yeah, the main issue in this boss fight is coming from the numbers. If too many enemies attack Selen, then Selen will die. If Selen will die, we will die. Because Selen will actually be the main DPS for this fight, and this fight only, really. Since both monsters that we're fighting here are weak to fire, we're able to take most of them out with a single big boomer plus a magic spell. We're gonna do it specifically that we will be taking an eye on Selen and making sure that one enemy will survive. We hope not too many will attack Selen here. We don't really care about Tia too much here. It still is a little bit unfortunate for her to die. I probably should have checked HP values and healed her before the fight. But this should be fine. Gonna throw a regain on Tia, gonna cast a healing spell on the 2 of you. Because yeah, as I said, this is a 2-stage boss fight. There is going to be a second fight after this. And going into the second fight with nearly no HP is not gonna be pretty. Since it basically has the same issue. If the monsters attack the right person, in this case Selen, too many times, we will just not have a real way to salvage this. So we're going in with the trolls, same idea. Except we're gonna throw preemptively a regain on Selen in case she will be murdered here. Thank God the Toga. The Toga is actually a fairly new addition that we buy the extra armor for Selen. If we wouldn't, she would have died here. She's usually not able without the extra armor upgrade to survive 2 attacks here. We made the money route work to buy the extra armor, and now everything is fine. This is also going to be the last fight for Tia. After this fight, Tia will leave the party and will never return ever again. In fact, she will literally wipe from the map. She will not be able to be found anywhere. She says she's going back home, but even back in her shop, there's just going to be standing a random person that's being like, "Oh yeah, Tia asked me to watch her shop while she's gone." We will literally not be seeing Tia. She literally disappears from the world until the credits roll. Alright, Prince saved. Yeah, Dagger, despite going ahead of us, somehow ended up behind us. As I said, he's not the smartest bean. With the Prince saved, we're going back to the castle, seeing what's up there, and then immediately the first guard is like, "Oh yeah, Gadis was here and talked to the king. No one knows what's up, he only talked to the king." So we're gonna ask the king what Gadus was here for, and Gadus is like, well, Gadus was here to tell us that he's going to blow up Parcelite. Selen's hometown. The entire, not just the city, the entire island it's on. And we're asking him, well, what does he want? Well, he doesn't want anything. He literally just said he's about to do it. And, well, stuff is about to happen. So we're telling the girls right now to head to Parcelite, to warn the people, to evacuate the city. Decker immediately says he's gonna join us and help us fight Gadus, but we're still a little bit weak with that party, honestly. Luckily, in that exact moment, Guy shows up again. It's like, yeah, my sisters are all better, and I didn't want to keep the party waiting too much longer, so... yeah. We're now running around with the weakest party in the game, unfortunately, though. Despite Decker and Guy being absolute powerhouses, none of them have magical power, and Maxim is not exactly a great healer. I said it before that Tia isn't the greatest mage, and even Tia is a better mage than Maxim is. Which is really, really annoying, so we're going into the first real hard boss fight with one of the main antagonists of the game, without a proper healer. And I'm a goddamn idiot and forgotten equipment again. Alrighty then, this fight is going to be hell, yay! So, I made a small oopsie. A small oopsie that might have dire consequences. I was supposed to change equipment after the fight, before Selen leaves. Because we gave Selen the Mind Ring earlier to increase her intelligence, so her spells would do a little bit more damage, so we could actually kill all the monsters that we needed to kill in the last boss fight. After the fight was over, I was supposed to give her the Thunder Ring that we just picked up instead. So, you know, we have the Mind Ring right here, right now, for Maxim to equip. Since the Mind Ring was the one that has the stronger healing spell on it. Yeah, I kind of forgot to do that, so we're now going into one of the major boss fights without a good healer, and without the good healing spell that he was supposed to be using. It is fully possible to beat the boss like this. I've done it before, but it's most likely not going to be pretty if the boss just wants to be annoying. Buffaloes, please don't kill Guy. Thank you. Guy losing his IP would have been the cherry on top right now. If he loses his IP in this tower, then I'm in a really, really, really bad spot. Hanging on an 8 HP. What a legend. So as you can see, Maxim here is healing for 50 points. Single target. Compared to what Selen was healing earlier already, doing 50 points duo target. So she was literally doing double the healing than Maxim did. And yeah, now only having a healing spell that heals 50 points. Against the boss that can do attacks that deal like 150 at this maximum. Also some AoE spells. Yeah, this is going to be going to be just great. We just have to hope that the fight doesn't go terrible. I hate it when I do that. And that's a mistake that I make way too often. That comes from me originally starting with 100% over any percent. Because 100% we... Great teleport. Thank you, Mr. or Mrs. Please don't murder anyone. In the 100% route, we don't need the extra intelligence from the Mind Ring for Selen to be able to kill the enemies. So we just immediately give her the Thunder Ring. And therefore do not have to do the equipment swap after the fight. Which in any percent we absolutely do need to do, because otherwise there is a good decent chance. In 100% we'd already be like 12, 13-ish levels above what we currently are here. since one of the requirements for 100% is to beat all the super bosses. And the Gators fight from earlier that I said was technically winnable is by technicality defined as one of the super bosses of the game, so we do have to beat him in that fight. So we do have to do all the prep work for 100%. Frog. It's not Wednesday, my dudes. I love this frog sprite. It's just so goddamn derpy. Alright, we still have a safety miracle. However, I will be, obviously, after that hiccup going double safely, picking up another miracle here. We are most likely going to need both extra full revives in order to deal with the boss now after my hiccup. I could slap myself right now. It's a mistake that I make way too often, honestly, but usually it doesn't really matter because, you know, I can just reset, but right now, in a marathon run, I mean, in theory, the moment I noticed, I also could have just gone back to the save before the boss fight. Would have cost me like 2-3 minutes, but at least make the boss fight here safer again. But yeah, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Stop doom talking everything. Everything's gonna be great. Whoops. The boss is not gonna be too annoying with his attacks, and I'm gonna be up with my healing game, and everything is gonna go great. Nothing bad is going to happen at all in that boss fight. Uh, 3 and 5, I can never remember which one. Exactly the other way around. There are notes hidden in some dead ends in the tower that tell you, oh yeah, I hit the red statue that many times, and the blue statue that many times. Alright, Phaser Shield, Mind Ring, which I don't have, Guy, Strongest, Speedy Ring, and Decker, the Undead Ring. So I bought a weapon earlier for Guy called a Gladius. Gladius is a holy elemental weapon. Sinistrals are all dark elementals, so they are weak to holy. Also monster race. Go, teleporting skeleton! Yay! This thing can take way longer than this, and this was a really, really good monster race. Yeah, we bought a weapon earlier called the Gladius as Holy Elemental. We got it on Guy now. The Sinistrals are weak to Holy, which is also why we give the Undead Ring to Decker. As explained earlier, the Undead Ring is an accessory that, if a character has it equipped, makes all their attack deal light damage as well. Alright, let's see how this goes. Terrible start. I mean, technically speaking, him normal attacking Decker isn't really that terrible, but like, the timing that I've just healed Guy instead, that's gonna be the randomness of it. Also, yeah, enjoy one of the best soundtracks of the game, as I'm, frustrating over my mistakes here. Oh, of course you have to hit a devastation right now. Very not nice. Stop the devastations! And another destructive wave, of course. Arc! Me no likey. Me no likey at all. There go all my safety miracles for the entire rest of the run. Should be getting close to death. More devastations, why? He luckily only has 3000 HP. And with Decker with the light weapon hitting for 400 every attack, it's not the worst thing. But yeah, that fight was scuffed as hell thanks to me messing up my equipment. Being the item that I really needed to have being on a different character. Missing out the experience for Guy is not the greatest here, but also really not the worst, honestly. But having 2 deaths to show for the results screen at the very end is already very meh. Alright, anyways, yeah, so, Trap Tunnel broke down, Tia and Selen showed up because they were worried. Could have showed up 5 minutes earlier, so I could have taken that mind ring off of you, Selen! Sorry. Yeah, and, Gades in his dying moment before he despawned, used this, switch here to activate the contraption in the tower that he's gonna use to blow up the entire island of Parcelite. Friendly reminder to myself, do not get the magic bikini, do not get the magic bikini. This is any percent, there is no reason to make the detour for magical swimwear, it's not that great. And the only reason I need it for 100% is because 100% requires all chests opened in the entire game, and this being one of 3 chests in the entire game that are missable. Anyways, yeah, we stopped the contraption, the island is safe, but it also was booby-trapped. And with that, Maxim dies. Except Iris shows up again to save him once again. Yay, Iris! So, I'm gonna take a toilet break here, because this is my legally listening toilet break right now. What's gonna happen right now is very similar. So yeah, Selen and Maxim fell in love with each other, if you haven't noticed over that one interaction that they had in the cave. So they're gonna get married right now. They're gonna spend a year together, just reminiscing about what could have been, what is going to happen, buying a house, getting a kid, and after that year is done, the kid is gonna get kidnapped by Udura, we've met earlier already. Oh yeah, and Tia is finally giving up at this moment, and realizing that Maxim is in love with Selen and will never love him, and is going to leave and never come back, and leave them to it. He doesn't want to be the third wheel. Getting a little bit of encouragement from Decker and Process, and yeah. And enjoy the time skip cutscenes and the funky musics that come with it. I'll be back in a moment. Summer! I love the summer soundtrack. Unfortunately, it's used nowhere else in the entire game except for this one cutscene. So yeah, maybe to go a bit into the lore. So actually, the Fortune Seer Iris told us at the start that if we defeat the Sinistral, that the world will forever be at peace and the future will be saved. However, in that future that she saw, Maxim also died in the tower. For selfish reasons that will not be explained until way later into the game, Iris, however, saved him, and with that changed the future of the world forever into a never-ending war cycle. All because Maxim now has a kid. Because Maxim's bloodline was supposed to die out, and that would have led the world to forever live in peace. Maxim's whole existence basically is the entire reason just that the Sinistrals are even around and angry right now, because basically he and his bloodline are the only ones strong enough to actually challenge them, and that's why they are going on a rampage basically right now. Because they know there is someone that can stop them, and they obviously don't want to be stopped. They'd be chill otherwise if they know, oh yeah, those puny humans can't do anything to us. And it's a baby boy! And yeah, a lot of that story exposition is basically from the follow-up games, as well as from the information given to us by Iris in the next couple of cutscenes and over the rest of the game. Anyways, yeah, Idora is here, and he kidnaps our baby boy! Because he wants to use his life energy to revive Gades or something. I don't know him anymore. But, yeah, he definitely robbed the wrong parent's baby. Because we're now going to kick his ass. And rescue our baby boy. He fled to the North Lighthouse, which is a fun little dungeon with a few little gimmicks. You have this door at the start that is left side, right side. The left side immediately leads to the second half of the dungeon where we need the boss key for. The right side leads to the boss key. And I will need to focus a little bit for a moment because my notes are way too small as always for me to properly see this, so I'm gonna have to do this a little bit more extra carefully. This is a memory if you couldn't tell. The puzzle is always fixed. It's every game, it's every playthrough, it's the exact same. And I still, as always, have forgotten to make that picture with the solution in my notes bigger. Because it is kind of hard to tell some of them apart, since if you small them down, a lot of these just look very much like another. So Idora also is kind of a rival boss that we're going to see multiple different times across the rest of the story. Diddly 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 deep. And he is now entering a new era for us combat-wise as well. Because so far, we've always kind of had bosses change elemental weakness a lot, except for the few times that we just had a couple of fire weak bosses back to back. But for the most part, the bosses always had different kind of resistances. We always had to do a little bit of a different strategy for every boss. We're now coming into a phase where every boss, the next like 4 or 5 bosses, in fact, will all be weak to ice. So our main strategy for the next couple of bosses will be ice. Doing a small detour over here to grab a chest with a B-Rock. B-Rock, very important item for the next section of the game. Gives a huge agility boost to the character wearing it, as well as having a special attack that is capable to inflict AoE paralysis onto enemies. I'm not sure quite about the success rate of that right now anymore. B-Rock, Thundering, Mind Ring. But the main thing we care about for most of the fights coming through is the extra agility from the B-Rock. Also, we here at HabKeineName.twitch do not condone child violence. We do, however, find it hilarious. And I messed it up, sad. Wanted to try to retrieve my baby with a hookshot a couple times. That's usually a gag I do, but I went a step too far. Because yeah, you can throw the hookshot at the baby, and does make like a squishy sound whenever you do that. Idura! We do not have enough for a Glacial Blast. We do cast Trick. Sal's mainly gonna be healing here. We hope for a lot of attacks on Maxim to get his IP bar filled. So he can use a special attack that deals 3 times the damage. He has a chance to summon, what was it in here? Groupies. Right, he's summoning groupies here. They are weak to Thunder. Thanks to us having the Thunder Ring, we can cast Bolt, the second tier Thunder spell, to instantly kill them. We hope to not see too many groupies being summoned, because we hate groupies. Whenever he summons a groupie, that's a turn where he doesn't attack us and we don't refill an IP. And we, as I said before, the more IP we have, the faster the fight goes here, as well as if he doesn't keep hitting, then Cell soon is going to be out of IP to cast Bolt. AKA now, which is absolutely not good. Can you stop calling companions, buddy? We already had Kamut summon way too many companions. Why do you have to join in on that trend now as well, Idura? Stop it! Stop it! RNG, please! Make him do anything else! Why are all the bosses so mean to me with the freaking moves that I absolutely do not want to see? How many groupies can this man summon in a row? He has like 4 or 5 different attacks, and to my knowledge, RNG literally has it that every single one of those actions has a similar chance of happening. So the fact that he just summoned so many in a row is absolutely ludicrous. Because every time he summons us, as I said, there's about a, what, 25% chance for him to summon? And he did that like 5 or 6 or 7 times in a row. At least I have IP again now. What is wrong with this fight? Stop with the groupies! I know you're a handsome guy with your pink armor, but where do you get all these groupies from? Die! Oh hey, we dropped the magic fruit, which we aren't allowed to use thanks to the no manipulation rules. Boss drops are off limits, but also the magic fruit is for a mechanic of the game that we absolutely fully and 100% ignore into speedrun, because it would lose us more time than it could potentially save us. That was the worst Idura fight I've ever had. I've lost 2 minutes on the man summoning way too many groupies. So yeah, Iris updates us that, oh yeah, we have to keep fighting now instead of living in peace because timeline changed, because she helped Maxim even though she really shouldn't have, because it was his fate to die in the tower, etc, etc. So we're giving our baby to his auntie, and then continue our journey to fight evil, so our child can live in a safe world. And funnily enough, after exactly a year, Decker and Guy kind of randomly decided that they want to be exactly in this place where we were gonna pass through, and they're just gonna be like, you know what, guys, we want to join you again. You know, how they got the story exactly on the day our child was kidnapped and got here in time will always be a little bit of a mystery to me, but hey, we're not complaining because Guy and Decker are the best characters in the game. Battle and character-wise. Shopping time. We're gonna buy Blizzard, tier 2 ice spell for Selen. Stronger, tier 2 healing spell for Selen. And then we're gonna sell all our big boomers. The reign of the boomerangs has ended. We will no longer be throwing boomers at people. Instead, we'll be throwing ice balls for a while. Since, as I've mentioned before, a lot of enemies coming on to the next couple boss fights are weak to ice, so having an item that deals ice damage is very, very helpful. The only good news about this terrible Eudora fight is at least Selen's IP is full. I'm not sure about Maxim. Maxim, we just finished with a Glacial Blast. I'm not sure if he still has enough IP for a Stronger, which could be bad. But we'll see. Alright, so we're kind of reaching the edge of the continent, and funnily enough, for whatever reason, there are absolutely no boats anymore in this fisher town. I don't remember the lore if there was actually someone here that destroyed them all. I think that was the lore, that Idura came here and destroyed all the boats. So we have to go and help the boat builder guy to find a very special tree called the Phantom Tree, which is why this is Phantom Tree Mountain. It's a tree like no one else, and a ship built out of that tree will be the best ship ever. It's kind of like Frankie's story in One Piece. I can never get him. Apparently this dude has a front and back side and is rotating around. However, no matter which side he's rotating around, he's always looking the exact same. And whenever he's looking at me, he starts chasing me. The tree enemies are just weird. Good flower movement. Tricky. Alright, with this, however, also, we are ending the reign of the terrible bosses. So far, every boss we fought so far had some chance of just randomly saying no you and murdering us, or saying screw you and wasting tons of times. We're having one more boss like that coming up with the next boss fight. Also, more item upgrades. Say hello to the fire arrows, they can cut grass. Where was I? Oh yeah, before every single boss was like that. We now have a boss like this here, where there is a decent bit of RNG, depending on if this one will go... will either be absolutely free, or one of the worst bosses ever programmed in this game. Which mainly is due to the fact that we are completely under-leveled and never bought any gear, so like we're still rocking like very, very early game armor in the mid game, which is why most of the bosses slap a lot harder than they should be. Also, ice puzzle, except it's a mud puzzle this time. Step twice on the same point and we'll be falling through the floor into a monster room beneath this. Luckily the path is very easy to remember. No, I want the bomb, not the hook. So the upcoming boss is just a pack of 2 lions. And the thing that makes them really, really dangerous is they have an attack called Scratch, which is an AoE attack that deals like 100 points of damage to each of my party members. Which I can't heal up against if they will be using it a couple times back to back. Especially since I've said that we'll be fighting 2 lions, so they can technically use it twice in the same turn. The way that we deal with this is thanks to the B-Rock. We'll be using its special attack Immobilize to hopefully inflict paralysis on at least one of them, if not hopefully both of them. Pressure plate door, once we get the enemy on here, moves the platform down. And yeah, he has a ship builder. There's a monster ahead that's way too strong for him, so he's just gonna tag along, not as a fighting character. Is everyone full health? Everyone is full health. Equipment is correct. Let's do those lines. The front row is gonna throw ice balls, since as I said they are ice weak. Seln is gonna start with an Immobilize, and Maxim does not have enough for a Stronger. This is gonna be great. Okay, good. Good start. Bite is a very dangerous move, deals more damage than their normal attack, and can immediately kill Seln, since Seln doesn't have that much max HP. Now's the question. If they are both shaking as if they're having a seizure, that means they're paralyzed. One of them is. That is good. As long as one of them is paralyzed, I'm already a lot more certain that this is gonna go well. If both get paralyzed, that's the absolute jackpot, but as long as at least one is paralyzed, we should be good unless he recovers from paralysis before we can kill the other one. Because as I said, there's no healing against paralysis except a random chance at the end of a turn to just automatically heal it. Yeah, there's a Scratch move. Doesn't do 100, fair. I was thinking that was wrong with another math move, but as you can see, there was a lot of damage to everyone. Alright, that's one lion down. Hopefully the other one just stays in paralysis for the entire rest of the fight. Then I can also start attacking with Maxim, who still has the Cold Rapier, dealing ice damage with his normal attacks. Alright. Not terrible lions. And yeah, with that, that was the last really dangerous boss of the entire run. Every boss going forward is going to be fairly scripted. We're going to be strong enough to get... to not really be in danger against the rest of the bosses, unless I do like a major hiccup. Which I obviously won't, because I've played this game enough that I will not be doing any major hiccups. And yeah, shipbuilder guy got magic sick, something like seasick, but then gets annoyed because he's a man of the sea. He never gets seasick, and yeah, he's now telling us that he's going to be bringing a crew up to that mountain, getting the tree down here, and building an entire ship out of it, all in 2 days. Which is the one time where we actually have to use the guest houses, because we are actually expected to just stay at the guest house 2 times for 2 days to pass. I gotta say, those guys are working hard, honestly. If they're, you know, chopping down a tree at the top of a mountain, bringing it down the entire mountain, and then building an entire ship out of it in 2 days, that is a lot of work. And yeah, while we were waiting, Guy and Decker were going through the town and trying to find girlfriends, even though Guy already has a girlfriend. And we have 2 locations that we can travel to. We can go to Narcissus, which is the next story location, or we can go to Grubrik, the paradise for all treasure hunters, and the home of the ancient cave. Which sadly today, this is any percent, not 100%. We will not be exploring the cave. We will be going over here for a small shop, because we will be needing a few items here, and we will be getting taking a pit stop at a lovely older lady that has a very important message to share. But we're mainly here just for a shop. We're gonna sell the ear jewel to make room in the inventory, and then we're gonna buy some sleep balls. And then put Guy and Decker back on the front row. And we're gonna stop by this lovely old little lady here, who is telling us, once you're hooked on the ancient cave, you're stuck in this city for a long time. And that is a life lesson, because I once entered the ancient cave in the age of like 6 or 7, and I've never been able to stay away from it for too long at a time. Ever since. It is that addicting. The Ancient Cave, for those who don't know, is a roguelike sub-dungeon in this game. Once you enter, your entire party gets set back to level 1. You lose your entire inventory, with the exception of you getting 10 potions for the start. And yeah, from then on, it's just a roguelike. You're starting on floor 1, you're ending on floor 99. Every floor is randomly generated, filled with random monsters and random treasure chests. You're trying to get levels and gear in order to make it down, and then at the bottom floor of 99, you'll be fighting the boss of the cave, which actually is just a glorified DPS check. You have to kill him in 3 turns, otherwise he runs away and your encounter counts as failed. The Ancient Cave speedrun community is way more active than the main game speedrun category, honestly, and that's the main thing that's been done. However, ever since we made the No Major Glitches, No Manip category, and someone actually routed and put things together, we've seen a lot more people do it, the main story of the game compared to just the Ancient Cave. If this were 100%, I would actually have to clear the Ancient Cave now. Due to 3 treasure chests being locked to actually beating the final boss of the Ancient Cave. And as I mentioned earlier, one of the 100% requirements is to open every treasure chest in the game. And yeah. It killed many a speedrun for me before, and one of those days I was just like, screw it, we're running any percent. Remember the lizard, remember the lizard, remember the lizard. I hate this lizard because he's riding right behind the introduction to the name of the area. Easy to be forgotten, easy to be missed, and they move always the opposite, so if you just immediately move up, they will move down and will run into you and will most likely heavily damage, if not murder you. But yes, can you stop teleporting so terribly, Mr. and Mrs. Ghosts? We don't judge. Well, at least we're getting good IP, even though we don't need the IP right now. And we won't be needing the IP for a while. There, stun you. Teleporting ghosts. Always have to be annoying. Alright, the main gimmick of these dungeons are these black blocks that we've seen all around with the faces on it. Can I please press the right buttons? Thank you. If you stand in front of them in the direction that you are facing, they will push you into, as far as they can, into the next wall. Meaning you can't just, you know, easily pass by them. And we have to find ways to either get around them or to block, to get something to block their line of sight to us. Okay, please not stand right next to the stairs that I need to take. Small detour here for the ice ring. Haven't talked about that before. Same with the thunder ring before that we already had. The elemental rings in this game boost the damage of the elemental spells of that type if you have it equipped. So since I said a lot of enemies in, in the next couple dungeons will be... Okay, good snail. Will be weak to ice. So having a ring that just makes all my ice spells deal more damage is going to be very, very nice. Get it? Ice. Nice. More bomb puzzles. And yeah, we'll be fighting enough enemies that have that ice weakness that it absolutely is worth the detour to get the ring just to save the time with it. I remember how to do these puzzles exactly. It's not hard. Why did you eat my input? I hookshot you. These samurais here can be a little bit annoying thanks to their moveset. Their first step is always going to be in our general direction. They're trying to chase us. The second step they do take is always random. It's going to be in a random direction. Alright, equipment time. Ice ring, remove the B-Rock, Maxim, B-Rock, Speedy Ring, which is still on Guy, who gets the Thunder Ring instead. Phaser, Speedy, B, yes. Alright, we're gonna do some fun shenanigans on the next boss, and on the boss after immediately as well, because we're now gonna be facing Idura 2 more times. Now, we did a detour to Group Rig to buy sleep balls, because those are the only shop, it is the only shop in the game that we currently have access to that has sleep balls in it. Sleep ball is an item that, when used against an enemy, will 100% of the time inflict sleep on that enemy. The only case it doesn't, obviously being the case of the enemy is immune to sleep. Funnily enough, Idura is not immune to sleep, and we're going to be abusing how sleep in this game actually works. Also, haha, Decker was smart enough to not get trapped. He's so smart. And gonna drive Idura off to save us, and then immediately get trapped himself. So I've explained earlier the way sleep works is it skips an enemy's turn due to them sleeping. However, it can be used especially with certain speed modifiers. So we gave all our speed gear right now to Maxim, and I'm gonna put a speed buff on him as well. That way, Maxim, and only Maxim, is going to be faster than Idura. Maxim is then gonna use a sleep ball on Idura to put him to sleep. From the turn order-wise, thanks to the speed, Idura will be after that, his turn will be skipped, thanks to him sleeping, and then all the other characters will attack, probably wake him up and have him to put him to sleep again, but we don't really care about that because, well, he'll be sleeping. So by that, he will get this one attack off, and after he gets this one attack off, he will sleep for the entire rest of the fight and will not be able to no longer do anything, as we slowly waddle his health down. With him once again having an ice weakness. We just hope we don't have to use too many sleep balls because we're kind of limited on them and we still have to do the exact same strategy on 2 other bosses. So if he wakes up too often, that can be a bad thing. You can see if he's asleep or not if he's slowly juggling up and down. That's the sleep animation that we didn't get to see earlier. Because Regal Goblin never wanted to fall asleep. And yeah, by the slowly whipping up and down, we can tell he's still sleeping. We don't need to throw another sleep ball. If after a turn he is no longer slowly wobbling up and down, that means he's no longer sleeping, means we have to throw another sleep ball. Or if we get the message that he wakes up, yep. Even if the enemy doesn't get waken up by our actual attacks, they have a small chance to just wake up on their own at the end of the turn. And down Idura goes. So yeah, by the way, he played a magic flute to get all the unmarried young girls in the village up to the tower. Wanted to use their life energy in order to revive Gadis. Decker immediately wanted to rush after them because he needed to save those young unmarried girls in order to hopefully, you know, maybe get one of them as their girlfriends out of gratitude. Until it shows up that after we free them, every one of them currently is in a relationship. And each of their fiancés or boyfriends comes picking them up, and then Decker is just going to be like, who needs girlfriends anyways? My sword is my one true love. Poor Decker. Anyways, we are heading to the next dungeon, where we, for once in a while, do not have to actually enter the city. There is a city next to this. We don't actually need to get into it. In the city, there's just some townsfolk that would tell us that there was a traveling fortune seer that got kidnapped and taken to the shrine in the north. We don't need to activate that voice line in order to trigger the events that happen in here. And we can go into the Karloon North Shrine, where we now will see lions as normal enemies, and hopefully never run into them, because lions still scary. Which is why I always will make very sure that I will be stunning them with the hookshot whenever I can. Lions have a moveset of they move randomly. When they only have a certain percent chance to move every time I move, but when they move, they will always move in my general direction. Say hello to the Decker Blade. One of the strongest weapons in the entire game. If used correctly, at least. It isn't the strongest by base stats or anything, but it has one of the strongest special attacks in the entire game. Decker Blade is what we in the business like to call a fractional weapon. Its special attack will be doing a percent-based damage. Depending on the enemy's current HP that is being used on. Bless me. And in the case of Decker, he will be dealing half of the enemy's current HP, which actually isn't quite true, because the damage does get affected by damage roll and by front row and back row. In the front row, I haven't even explained that. The characters we have currently are standing in the front row and the back row. In the front row, they deal more physical damage, but also take more physical damage. Lion Fang Dagger Blade. While in the back row, they deal less physical damage, but also take less physical damage. So, even though, technically speaking, the attack should always do, says it does half of the enemy's HP, it's more of a range of 40 to 60% of the enemy's health. Idura, yes. Decker will attack. Battle Lust on Decker to increase his... No, wait. Decker will Fatal Blow, sorry. Battle Lust to increase his attack power. Fleet to increase your speed. And you will already throw the Sleep Ball, because I don't want to deal damage, since as it deals damage based on the enemy's current HP. 2150, that's pretty good. We don't really want to damage him in the first turn here. And then, yeah, Decker will attack, Guy will throw Ice Balls, Maxim does nothing because he's already sleeping, and Selm will be casting Blizzards. So yeah, we just, as I said, we just dealt 2,150 points of damage out of his 3,500 HP. So we did slightly above 50%. Someone who's smarter than me can do the math on how much percentage that actually was. Being 400 damage over the 50%. Which is really, really good. Makes the fight go a lot shorter. Which is why we really, really like the Decker Blade, and we can't wait to use it some more later on. Anyways, for no apparent reason, I'm going to remove all the gear from Decker. That has no particular reason. We just want to sell a couple of his equipment pieces of the equipment that he currently is wearing in the next shop. And yeah, Iris is here. The warp spell is blocked by a magic device left in the tower. And Idura, before his actual death, he is actually dead by now, by the way. Before his actual death, activated a self-destruct mechanism. And funnily enough, this self-destruct mechanism actually works, unlike the one that we've seen earlier in the 10-bell tower. This dungeon is literally not repeatable. It will be gone after we are through here. It will actually blow up, and it will actually forever be gone, and we never will be able to re-enter it. Which is why in 100% it's very important to grab all 3 chests that are in here. Because if you forget one, then, well, your 100% run is dead because you can't revisit. So yeah, Decker goes and destroys the magic device, and so we can finally get out of here before, you know, the temple destroys on top of them. Who knew? I wasn't paying attention. Eudora still like half clinging on to life, and oh no, they surrounded Decker, and but the temple is blowing up, but we can't get out of there. Eudora, I will chase you into the deepest depths of hell. But Decker, why? Who's gonna wield the Decker blade if you're not around anymore? Decker! Decker, he sacrificed himself to save us. Well, technically it was his own stupidity that got him killed, because he wasn't paying attention for half a second, and that cost him everything. But still, Decker, I don't want to be back to a three-man party. I like Decker. Anyways, we're once again at the end of the continent, and there's nowhere else to go except for the sea, so we kinda need a ship. Luckily, there's someone in town here selling a ship. Yay! You know, being able to buy a ship, oh my god, we're an RPG, we always get ships at RPGs, right? We need to get around the sea somehow. And the owner of the ship is a professor. Whoops. How did I mess that one up? Is a professor / inventor known as Alexis, and he has a secret laboratory that is booby-trapped. Which is, I have no idea how I took the wrong door here. It's always the exact same. And, yeah, we want to talk about buying a ship. However, he's then gonna be like, oh yeah, that ship is nice, but it's nothing, compared to my glorious new invention here. He calls this an engine. I have no idea what that is, an engine. He says it's using the power of oil to create air to make ships go faster, and, that kinda blew up. Yeah, that invention doesn't really seem safe. I don't know who would ever want that, the engine. And, yeah, he is selling his ship because the ship isn't strong enough to carry the engine, whatever that is. And, yeah, we're just being like, alright, let's just go back to the last town with the shipbuilder guy and ask him to make us a ship. So we can get further, and then Alexis is like, wait, that guy, he's legendary for making his ship. He's making ships again. And he's being like, oh yeah, well, he's made a ship out of the best tree in the world so far by now. And oh my god, if he makes a ship like that, it surely enough would be strong enough for my engine. And then he's just like, who are you people anyways? And then we're just like, oh yeah, we're just like these powerful warriors. And he's like, oh yeah, prove that. And he's like this power measure thingy apparatus here. We all stand in front of it, and Guy is 5 times stronger than the strongest he's ever seen, and then Selen is 8 times stronger than the strongest he's ever seen, and then for Maxim, the entire thing is just absolutely off the chart, and my power level is just absolutely unmeasurable. And so he asked us to go to the shipbuilder guy, asked him if he would, you know, actually build a ship for us, and if we could then use the NG on that. Even though we're really not sure we want that thing. I mean, the test run he just did right now, he blew that up. If that happens on the open sea, that's not gonna be healthy for us. Whoops, wrong direction. But yeah, basically we're asking the guy to make another ship and bring it over, and Lexus is gonna get the NG Day, whatever that is. Once again, that it sounds familiar, but I can't quite put my finger on it. He's gonna install that on the ship, and we just have to wait a couple days for it to happen. However, this time around, it's not a quest of, oh yeah, just sleep in the inn a couple times, because this time it's side quest, and that's the wrong teleport. I hate how the laboratory counts as a city that you can teleport to. I always accidentally teleport up there instead of back to the city. So yeah, as we get back to the city, there's this flower girl here named Arif, and she's so exhausted because she's working so hard that she's absolutely exhausting in front of us as she's trying to sell us some flowers. Oh wait, actually her name isn't Arif, sorry, wrong flower girl. Her name is Lufia. And yeah, she's just so busy caring for her siblings because their parents died, and she's the only one to take care of them. But it's hard to make ends meet, so she's been absolutely working herself to death. And then she needs to get that special flower that she saw on the mountain to the south. But she really needs to rest because, like, she really needs to go to sleep. So we're just like, hey, cast Drowsy on her to put her to sleep, you know. And so we cast Drowsy on her, and because, as we know, it has a 50% chance of success, so it fails. And since it's failed, Lufia is now heading to the mountain and then dying there due to exhaustion. I mean, surely the 50% hits miraculously for once, actually. And, yeah, we agreed, since we have the time on our hands, since we're waiting for the ship to return. We're just gonna be like, yeah, sure, we have nothing better to do. Let's go to that, mountain, find the flower that you were looking for, so you can, you know, be happy, make some more money, and actually get a good night's rest, so you're not, a burden to yourself anymore. Stop! Hammer time. And with that hammer, we now have all extra items that are available in the game. Hammer works similar to the hookshot, is on a chain, can smash these rocks, can push pillars, and yeah, that's all really, and smash walls. It is basically a bomb, but ranged, except that it doesn't work on a couple things, but we still will have to use bombs for, but like, from now on we will use mainly the hammer for everything that we can do with bombs. Except for the things that we literally can't do with the hammer and have to use bombs for. I hate this room, the enemy movement in here is always terrible. Speaking of terrible enemy movement, this is one of the most RNG-based areas, enemy movement-wise, because there are a lot of enemies in this area with very random movesets that, you know, we partially can take account into, but especially in this room, it's absolute hell, and we're just hoping that exactly that is not going to happen, because these guys are actually quite scary. Or can be quite scary. They have some very powerful attacks. Yeah, their movesets is kind of random. The flower is gonna chase us when we are getting too close. The orcs are usually going towards our general direction. Though, to be fair, for the rooms I've had in this room already, this was actually pretty good. Ran into one encounter with one of the Tengus. It wasn't the most terrible encounter after all, anyways, luckily though. So we're quite happy with that. We're ignoring that room to the top. Has a couple items behind them that we don't need after behind a movement-based puzzle, which we really don't care for. And why are you not moving over? I hate it when you're not moving over. That was too early. Needed to wait for him to actually move a step so I can get past him. Teleporter hell. That was lucky. These teleporters can be insanely scary. Guy, Burn Sword, and Lion Fang. Selen takes the mini shield once again. Because, well, we're looking for a flower, and we found a flower. However, it's not quite the flower that we were looking for, because it's an evil flower. Luckily, we just got a nice little fire sword that guy can deal some pretty nice damage with. And that flower is also, once again, weak to fire, which, once again, we just got a very nice fire weapon. So we're just gonna stand here and wail at it with our fire weapon. We, in theory, could cast a fireball instead in here as well, but the turn order does not work out as well as with Adura. If Selen attacks it, Selen is faster than the flower, can wake the flower up, and the flower has some nasty attacks, including a fairly heavy-hitting AoE that can cause sleep on my entire party that we absolutely don't want to see. And it only has 3000 HP, so Guy hitting for 600 points of damage is really nice. After a couple attack buffs. And yeah, there's the flower! The pretty flower that the girl was seeing. So yeah, we can bring the pretty flower now back to the flower girl, who's not Aerith, who's Lufia. So we're saying hi, and then she's immediately waking up like, I've had a really good sleep. I'm feeling incredible. I haven't felt this good in a while. And then we put a flower down and be like, here, it's a gift for you. We didn't need it. We didn't have anything to do with this. My only request is grow a lot of them and maybe give me one when you actually made more of that flower. And then we give it a name, and then, yeah, we're leaving because we're done here, because we don't care anymore. Anyways, meanwhile, Lexus, how have you been? Oh, the boat is here, and the engine is already installed, and we're already on the test run, and whoa, that's a fast ship. The engine seems to be working, actually, and not blowing up in the middle of anything. By the way, for those who still haven't gotten the joke, yes, it's an engine. He literally just made an engine, but obviously this is a fantasy world, so... they don't know what an engine is, so I'm referring to it as an engine. Yeah, basically just built the world's first motor ship. And then it's going to be like, well, the ship is yours, but please, you're such interesting persons that I'd like to travel with you a little bit and study with it, and then have a little adventure with you. And so we're having a fourth party member again and saying hello to Lexus, and oh my god, I just looked at my splits and I just seen area. Dankirk. All the cool kids hate Dankirk. Dankirk is the worst city in the entire game and has the worst dungeon in the entire game. Which is why the split is also aptly named Worst Dungeon. I hate Dankirk. All the cool kids hate Dankirk. Alright, there's a kingdom to the south called Aurelio. They're here in Dankirk for peace negotiations. They brought their national treasure as a peace offering, Clemento, which is a ruby icon. However, after talking to the guys and trying to leave, it immediately is getting stolen. So we're going to the glassmaker guy from the start. You know, the guy with the ruby apple that we met like 2 hours ago. Remember him? No? Okay, that's not a problem. Turns out his master actually was the one who made the ruby icon. And we asked him to make a replica out of glass in order to prevent the war between the two kingdoms. You know, declaring war for mocking each other with talks of peace negotiation and then just not showing up with the thing. It's only glass and not actually a carved ruby in this case, so it's not, hopefully not gonna go wrong in any way or shape or form, right? Surely no one's gonna notice that, and with that we're going back to Dankirk. I hate Dankirk. So we're giving them the fake. The prince is immediately seeing, well, that's a cheap imitation. It's looking exactly the same, but it doesn't have like the glow and the fire burning within it. And that he himself, who's seen it so many times, couldn't substantiate it. But they will give this over since the real one was stolen, and the queen is being all Gollum like, it's mine, it's finally mine. Immediately sees it's not the actual ruby icon, deems to declare war until the princess shows up and is like, yeah, the actual one in the castle, the actual one got stolen after they got to the castle with it, and everyone in the entire castle knows about it, and except the king and the queen apparently. And so the king is like, James, my second in command, my minister, come in here and go to launch an investigation. And then the knight around us like, James has been missing for a couple days. He was last seen heading to the dungeon in the north. So yeah, it turns out James is the one who stole the ruby. He wanted to give it to another warmongering nation. In order to gain their favor. However, only the minister, not the entire kingdom. Since there's a kingdom hidden in the north here, away from everything, that is a warmongering nation that is currently planning to take over world domination. And he kind of just wanted a piece of the pie. So wanted to offer them the ruby icon. In order for just him to get him, screw the rest of his kingdom as long as he's safe. And yeah, with that we're getting to Dankirk North Cave. Dankirk North Cave is the worst dungeon in the entire game. If you ask me, I'm especially biased because it is the absolutely worst dungeon in the game by 100% standards as well. This dungeon is made not really with progression in mind. In most dungeons you have like the detour for the key that you need for the boss room, but once you have it you never have to do it again and everything will be fine. However, in this dungeon the key is put in such a terrible spot, and there's another wall of thorns where you... Wait, I need a bomb. Where you need to activate 4 switches that are hidden between the entire across the entire dungeon. Thank you. And so you basically, whenever you have to come back here, you once again have to full clear the entire dungeon. And the dungeon is long, it's basically split into 2 parts. The first part is the spike part, and after that is the monster part. Since after we get the spikes down, which we'll be seeing in a moment here, what I mean with the spike walls. The kind of monsters that we see in the cave will change. That's this spike wall right here. The kinds of monsters will change and become a lot more dangerous and become a lot more hard to deal with. And then there's like an entire second section to the dungeon. That's just this whole ordeal that's just annoying to deal with. Technically speaking, in any percent, it's not that terrible, but just like I know, compared to every single other dungeon in the game, the way this one is built is just feeling off and feeling weird compared to every other dungeon in the entire game. There's like a certain, basically you could say it's certain structure to most dungeons like this, and this dungeon here is just blowing that structure completely out of the window. And yeah, since I can't just teleport out of the dungeon, if I teleport out of the dungeon it would reset everything. That means basically we just finished the first half of the dungeon and now we have to walk all the way back to the entrance. In order to go from there to the second half of the dungeon. It's just such a long and annoying walk back. Thank you for once not being annoying and standing in that hallway, Mr. Krabs. Or Mrs. Krabs, we don't judge. Alright, say hello to assassins. Those guys are literally a heat-seeking missile. They will lock onto us the moment we enter a room and then come towards us going, I can't remember right now. Was it 2 or 3 steps towards us for every single step that we take? Undead Ring Figoru. Lexus in the front row. B-Rock to Maxim or Selen. How much do they have? That's fine. Luckily, since we're not in the Ancient Cave right now, we can just easily deal with them by stunning them and don't really have to deal with them. They are, in general, they're just a very annoying enemy to deal with. And then we also have these shadow enemies here. Luckily, however, there is a small thing that we can do. Lexus, in this case right now, is going to be the strongest character that we're going to have in the entire game. We just picked up a weapon for him named the Figoru. The Figoru is one of very few weapons in the entire game that has a very special property. It does AoE normal attacks. And most of the enemies in this part of the dungeon are weak to holy, so we just give him the undead ring from earlier that makes all his attacks deal holy damage. Give him the Figoru that we just picked up from this dungeon, from the chest here, to deal AoE damage. And now he is a walking nuke against most of the enemies in this dungeon. Which is gonna come very much in handy between these enemies. Lexus is usually considered as the absolute worst character in the game. Tia at least has her good speed going for her. Selen has a couple good weapon options and decent magic. Lexus has less magic. He has very, very specific weapons that only work on very, very specific situations, honestly. And outside of these very specific situations are kind of trash. He's usually very weak. The only reason he really is that strong right now is because, once again, thanks to the undead ring, him dealing holy damage against enemies. Also, welcome to one of the worst RNG rooms in the game. These enemies generally do like to chase us around. They do have a little bit of random steps in between every now and then, where they might walk into corners where we can stun them. It is entirely possible, if you get lucky enough to go through here without having to fight a single enemy. It is completely possible to lose 5 minutes here by trying to manipulate them into the corners where we don't have to fight them, failing to do so, and then having to fight them anyways. Damn it, I had him exactly where I wanted him. And then messed up the step. Yeah, just fight him. Just fight him. It makes no sense. I messed up my opportunity there. That one's completely on me. I had him exactly where I wanted him, but then acted one sword slash too many in the wrong timing. And the third one also broke loose from the area where we usually want to have him. That is way too many fights. Definitely not the worst shadow room I've ever had. Definitely far from the best. Alright, we made it to the end. Yay. Where, yeah, James is here talking to the prince of the other nation, of the Warmonger nation. Or is he the king of the Warmonger? I think it is the king of the Warmonger nation, but he actually has only the prince sprite for whatever reason. But yeah, he has 4 knights with him, which can be very annoying. Fortunately for us, we have Lexus with his AoE attacks, we have Salad with her strong blizzard, and we will be using the B-Rock once again to hopefully paralyze all 4 of them. Or at least like 2 or 3 of them, because they can hit quite heavy, especially if they're ganging up on the same character like that. We only paralyzed a single one. That is pretty bad, honestly. That is pretty bad, honestly. And when I don't have the good heal ring. Yeah, this might be funny. But yeah, luckily they don't have too much health. Still a little annoying that Cellen missed out on the experience here. Only immobilizing a single one of the 4 and then 2 of them immediately doing their dash attack against Cellen is quite annoying, honestly. Most of the time you get to at least paralyze 2, if not 3 of them. So us now only paralyzing a single one is not the nicest thing to happen. But that's RNG. Thanks to Guy being the tank, however, we're not really ever in a space where we're in danger. There always would have been the option for me to just throw a revival item on Cell, and I just knew I didn't technically need it. Levels aren't the most important stats in this game. We got auto heal, that's good. So yeah, going back to the other kingdom on the other side of the sea right now, Aurelio. Having to talk to the king once, so he opens the sea gate for us. And with that, we now have the open world unlocked. We now reach the point in the game where the entire world is open to us. We can go wherever we want. Before, we were locked into only a small space thanks to that gate, where we actually were able to use our boat in. But now, the world is our oyster. But we're just gonna try chase down the story anyways, because that's what we do. Say hello to Hunt. Hunt gets the Flammenwerfer. Farum Kingdom is another story of love. Hunt here has been in love with the princess, and the princess in love with him since they were little kids. The princess is about to get married to a prince of another country who is a complete douchebag, who she doesn't like. And so she set out a task of whoever brings me the jewel that is on the top of the tower in the northeast from here shall be the person that I marry. Champion, best healing spell in the game. Technically second best, but the other one is technically classified as a revival spell, so Champion is technically still the best healing spell. The other one just does healing as a byproduct. Yeah, so Hans is all now off to get the jewel. However, actually, he himself thinks he's not good enough for the princess, even though they have been in love for a while. They've never openly really admitted their feelings for each other. Because Hans has always been thinking that he is not good enough for a princess. So he is now going into the tower to retrieve the jewel. However, he got that task from the prince that he was supposed to marry, and he is going to give the jewel to that prince. However, the jewel is more of a sentimental item than a monetary item. Since it turns out it's just a pretty looking rock that Hans gifted the princess when they were children. I pressed the button. Say hello to ninjas, please don't knife throw or guillotine anyone. Yeah, that's why we hate ninjas in this household. Ninjas hurt. That's why I've pressed the turn button in order to stun you, because I like to stun you overly often. Because dealing with those guys is absolutely annoying. Their movement patterns at least are consistent, so none of them should be able to attack me unless I'm doing a major mistake like I just did. We also got lucky that there were only 2 ninjas in that encounter instead of 3, because 3 absolutely had a chance to game over me here. Got the key for the dungeon. We're going to escape from here. Since starting from the bottom is faster than climbing back down from the position we were. Especially since the ninjas are then in way worse positions where they're very, very hard to navigate around without them being able to attack me. So it's just a more convenient thing to do. Alright, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, remember how the category is no major glitches? We're gonna do a non-major glitch here again. So we have this room here that has these platforms here that get pushed by these arrow thingies that we're supposed to use to navigate. However, we get off here, open the menu and close it again. The hitbox for the thing doesn't work anymore, and we can just walk over the air here. Yay, completely ignoring the puzzle. I love walking on thin air as a non-major glitch. Yeah, reset, 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 reset. There we go, that's much better movement from the samurai. Could I please not do turbo for this one? Move, thank you. Forgot this room existed for a moment and activated turbo too early for that one. Yeah, meanwhile Hans made it to the top of the tower. However, there is someone here who completely paralyzed him because his energy literally stops him from moving. And with that we say hello to Amon! Mr. Drip himself with his golden armor and green hair. Screw the rules, he has green hair. He's just knocking guy against the floor and then dipping. Amon is the second of the Sinistrals. He's the Sinistral of Chaos. He's basically one of the other allies from Gades, except a lot stronger. His gimmick is not the Destruction Wave like Gades, because Gades was the Sinistral of Destruction. His gimmick is the Chaos Wave, which can inflict a bajillion different status effects that can be really, really, really annoying, which is why we picked up very specific gear throughout the entirety of the run. Because this very specific gear that we picked up will make it so that all my characters will be immune to almost all of those status effects. And yeah, as I said, the Hans brings back the jewel, gives it to the prince is like, what am I supposed to do with that? That's no gem. And then his advisor is like, oh yeah, I heard the princess like sapphires, I prepared one for her. And then he's like, oh, I went to the town, I brought you this gem, but that's not my gem. And then Hans goes there and then the princess is like, you brought my gem, right? And yeah, gives the gem to her, and the princess is like, it's my treasure, you earned the right, but he's just gonna go, I'm still not worthy of you, please wait for me until I'm worthy of you. And then the princess is just like dipping them, and the princess is just like angry, and then the king is like, well, that could have went better. And then the princess is like, well, I'm gonna destroy your entire castle if you. And then the king is like, how are you talking to me? I am the king. You will do what I say. And then they flee in panic. Meanwhile, more guards. Yeah, telling us a man destroyed the village of Agurio in north. Oh my. Another village, turned to pieces. Well, that must have been Amon, right? But funnily enough, despite Gadus being the Sinistral of Destruction, and Amon being the Sinistral of Chaos. Gadus didn't actually kill anyone when he destroyed the town. He literally just destroyed the town, and the townspeople were fine. Amon, however, destroyed the entire town and killed every single person in it. Very, very sad. And yeah, as we're rushing into the town to see if we can help anyone, yeah, everyone is dead. Iris is here, however, and yeah, we're just gonna bury them and getting some lore exposition about how the Sinistrals can never be killed. The only way they can never be defeated, they can never be killed. The only way to defeat them is with the Blade of Legend, the Lufia blade. It's the only thing that can kill the Sinistrals. It's hidden in some secret temple that no one knows where it is. And it's the only thing that can save it, and it's called the Dual Blade. Dual Blade in this context because it can be wielded by the darkness to enslave the world, or by the light to destroy the darkness. So it's the duality of the blade. It can only be wielded by those powerful enough and by those chosen by the blade. And yeah, I still prefer the German name of the sword. In German it's the Lufia Schwert, Lufia sword. Just making it that legendary weapon that refers to the name of the game. Makes it a little funner in my opinion. But anyways, yeah, so we're now looking for a secret underwater temple that is housing the legendary weapon that can kill the Sinistrals. I'm gonna do a small pit stop in this town. We're gonna throw out the remaining ice balls that we have, because there's no more ice weak enemies that we're gonna kill. And instead we're gonna replace them with Terra Balls, 14 of them. Terra Ball is an item when used that casts the spell Destroy. Destroy is a spell that has a 50% chance to inflict instant death on an enemy, as long as the enemy isn't immune to it. We have a mini-boss coming up that is very, very bulky. That is kind of hard to kill otherwise with what we have. Funnily enough, since it's a mini-boss, it's not immune to death. And yeah, with that, we're heading into the next town, which has another huge laboratory with a lot of inventors and professors. And since we need to go underwater, we need a way to travel underwater. So they breed up, Lexus and the scientists in here breed up the idea of, hey, why don't we just turn our ship into a ship that can go underwater? And that's a great idea. They were thinking about something like that as well, so they already have blueprints for it. However, there's this little elf girl here that just stole the blueprints. Which is very unfortunate, because without those blueprints, we kind of can't build that underwater ship. And we kind of need that underwater ship. So, after the elf! With that, before I forget it once again, very important, I've forgotten that one more than enough times. Remove all Selen, Misto, Jewel, Maxim, Lion Fang, Lexus, the B-Rock. We will no longer require the B-Rock for the speed after the end of this fight. And Lexus will leave us after this fight, which is why it's very important to take all the gear off of him. Mostly for the Undead Ring, because if we lose that one, then the final fights are going to become much more of a hassle. And with that, welcome to the Mountain of No Return! Pushing puzzles. These statues have force fields in front of them that you can't... Can I salvage this? I should be able to salvage this. I messed up slightly, but I should be able to salvage this. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. I can salvage this. What am I doing? Yeah, no, I can't salvage this. I just messed up. I would have been able to salvage this. I messed up. Okay, whatever. They have force field in front of them that make it so I can't move past where they are looking. So I have to put them in specific spots to block these force fields off. get the feeling I'm doing something wrong, but I can't quite put the finger on it, but it works in the end. That's the important bit. I have no idea why I just did the puzzle like that. That is not how I usually solve that puzzle. God damn it, tree! I don't need the item, did the menu, everything's fine, off to the gargoyles. So as I said, they are quite bulky, would take forever to fight. Thankfully we got those Terror Balls now. As I said, every time we use a Terror Ball that casts the spell Destroy, which has a 50% chance of instant killing these enemies. We hope that not too many of them fail. We bought 14, which absolutely should be enough. We hope Selen doesn't die. Lexus is the only person that's really allowed to die. We kind of, at this point, not for the experience, but more importantly for the IP, because we have a couple bosses coming up where having IP is really, really important. And the bosses take absolutely forever if we do not have the IP to kill them. Come on, 1 out of the first 4 only hit, and then none of the... And then the come on, please. It's 50%. It's 50%. Yeah, we don't care about Lexus. We used 7 items and killed 1 of them. It's 50%, game. It's 50%. We hit 1 out of 7. Please. 2 out of 8. Two out of 9. 3 out of 9. 3 out of 10. 4 out of 11. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. 4 out of 11. Urk. Towards the end, it closed on to the 50% that it should have been again, but urk. That start. So yeah, the little elf stole the blueprints because the machines in the laboratory extract too much toxic waste that is destroying the nature all around it. That's why she stole it. So if they didn't have anything to build, then the machines wouldn't operate, and the city would be, the flower fields, etc. around would be fine, right? She gave it back. Lexus took the plans and promised her to reconfigure the machines to be less toxic for the environment. Artea shows up here, who is our next party member, who's now going to replace Lexus. We now have our final party for the rest of the game. And Artie's and the little girl's mother, who is also a shrine keeper for the shrine nearby, got kidnapped by a glowing light, aka by Amon, and kidnapped into the shrine. Artie, remove all. Time for big shopping. We're going to sell the Terror Balls because we don't need... Actually, we keep the Terror Balls now. Same with the Sleep Balls. The Tough Hide we still need. The Dagger Blade gets sold, unfortunately. Light Dress stays. Mind Ring Mind Ring goes. Bronze Sword goes. Frock stays. Iron Mail goes. Brown Shield goes. Hairband stays. Stone Helmet goes. Fury Ribbon stays. Vice Pliers go. Pearl Brace stays. Pounder Rod. Gladius. Figoru. Metal cloth, gold gloves, and gold band. And we're gonna buy an evening gown for Selin, which is gonna be very important for 2 bosses. And it's the first piece of armor that we've bought since 10 Bell, which was like 2.5 hours ago. It's the first piece of armor that we bought in 2.5 hours. We're still running around with starting armor. Because the armor is just not that important in this game. Please don't murder anyone. Please don't murder anyone. Please don't murder anyone. What sounds so low? Please don't murder anyone. Please don't murder. Okay, Artie is okay. Please don't murder anyone else. Please don't murder anyone else. Please don't murder anyone else. Please, please, hit guy. Why? I hope the next boss fight is gonna be fun. It's unfortunate. And that's why it's very important to keep track of your steps, so you don't get random encounters. Welcome to the Hookshot Dungeon. Because obviously we have the hookshot in this game, so we have to have a dungeon entirely centered around nothing but a hookshot. And we get to do this a couple of extra times even, because hidden chest that I really want. Containing a rocket ring, basically an upgrade to the speedy ring that we've got earlier. Very earlier in the game. Just that instead of making us speedy in this case, it gives us a rocket speed. AKA simply being a way higher speed boost than the speedy ring. Which is going to be very important for turn order in a couple fights. So we sadly have to take it, even though that means doing the hookshot puzzle an extra time. Yay, we're done with hookshot. We're actually now getting into the actual temple. Please don't annoy me. Thank you. Always moving out of my way when I don't want you to move out of my way. So, this is the Holy Shrine. The shrine houses a special mechanism that grants unbelievable powers. However, the power of that shrine is sealed and can only be opened by the Shrine Keeper, which is why Amon kidnapped, what's her face again? I don't even remember her name. We literally only see her this once. She's gonna sacrifice herself now. Not to open the door, but to stop Amon from hurting us. And is gonna throw him into escape. Karen, right, that was her name. It's Karen. But weirdly spelled, which is the most Karen move ever. But yeah, as a holy priestess, she can sacrifice her power, her life to activate massive powers, which she can use to drive him off. And then her dying breath opens up the room, which we can now enter to get the incredible power, which is basically just like a, what was it again, 10, 15 stat points and everything for us, for every character. So like, actually, honestly, not that insane. can, in theory, just be completely ignored, but, I mean, it's a 2-second detour, so it's always worth it. Alright, with this all solved, we're going back to the lab, where the professors, now with the plans in hand, now with the urgent business taken care of, will now build us a submarine, a ship that can sail under the sea. So, yay to that. Alright, time to look for strange underwater temples that might house some legendary weapons that will help us in the fight against the Sinistrals. And funnily enough, ooh, there is a weird underwater temple tower right across the sea. How convenient. Welcome to the Shrine of Vengeance. The Shrine of Vengeance is not the shrine that we are looking for, but it is the next step in the story because our characters don't know that it is here. And we need to clear it to unlock the next main story quest trigger. The key in this one not being very specially hidden, literally just being right at the start of the dungeon. There's a secret path to the dungeon that has some very powerful gear, but since this isn't 100%, we don't really care about that. And 100% we also don't really care about the gear in and of itself, we only care about it because we need to open all treasure chests for 100% completion. Come on, of course! You immediately teleport into me and get a surprise attack! And kill Selin! Woohoo! The next boss fight is going to be absolutely fantastic! Because I have no IP on anyone that needs IP. Yay! That's why I hate teleporters. Teleporters in this game are just the worst. Them having the ability to literally just teleport inside of me. Or rather, teleport right in front of me as I'm taking the step that makes it so. Usually I should be more careful around most teleporters. But I wasn't in this case because I knew I had stunned him. So I was like, okay, I stunned him. He can't hurt me anymore. But then the stun is only lasting for like 5 steps, and then he immediately teleported right in front of me. Which I'm pretty darn sure he shouldn't have been even able to do. Oh well. Means this next fight is going to be absolutely fantastic. That's all that means. I'm gonna lose a crap ton of time. Alright, so we're in the Shrine of Vengeance, where we are going to be fighting the boss of the Venge Ghost. Or Vengeful Ghost. Vengeful Ghost is our first real major enemy that we will have to fight that is undead. We've seen plenty of undeads in this game already, however, there were just never any that we really had to fight. Most of them we could just literally just avoid and not care about. Ironing the carpet. With the Venge Ghost now being the first major enemy that we have to fight this way. Evil Jewel for Maxim. Gives him a massive attack boost, can't be unequipped since it's cursed. Selin, Undead Ring, remove the Misto Jewel. Guy gets the tough height back from the very start of the game. As well as the Lion Fang for some more speed. Are the strongest Rocket Ring Misto Jewel for the speed. And yeah, we've bought specific equipment pieces that have special attacks that will heal, and we can target them at the enemy, and the formula for those heals is something of level of the user, affected by the level of the user and the amount of HP that the enemy has. So due to that damage combo, they will be dealing absolutely ludicrous damage on the enemy, and if we would have been able to use the one with Selin and the one with Maxim, the Ghost would have been able to kill him in one turn. However, thanks to Maxim and Selin, unfortunately having been dead recently before this boss. Their IP bars got drained fully. So now this fight is going to be a little bit more annoying, as we have to deal with whatever he throws at us. Including his instant death attacks, including all the annoying other things. At least we can use the heal now. Selen does not have enough, but we will use her to revive Artie. Please do not kill Selen. Thank you. Selen is also slow. I need to heal with Artie this turn, otherwise we die. That's why why it's really important to get Artie back. Artie has all the speed equipment. Artie is the only one that can actually go before the boss, and now finally we have the IP on everyone, so we can kill him this turn. Selen is the main one with this one. Selen has the strongest healing effect on her armor. She's able to deal like up to 4,000 or 3,900 or something like that in healing to the enemy. Compared to maximum 1,300 and guys 1,700, or close to 3,000. Being the main damage we can deal here. So we really would have liked to have that earlier. And also I have to say, like, him spamming Doomcry like that every single turn is also extremely rare, honestly. Yeah, in the end we only find a cursed bow here instead of the legendary weapon that we were hoping to find. The dual blade, sadly not here. However, we still had to kill the Venge Ghost in order to trigger the next story trigger in the village up here. But which, before we're going to do the story trigger, we will be buying some equipment. We will be selling the cursed bow that we just got. We don't really care for it, it just sells for decent money. And we're going to buy 2 crystal ones for later. And I'm waiting a story trigger of Iris. The crystal ones will be the most important weapons for the rest of the run. They are weapons for Selen and Artie. They have on-hit holy attack, and they have a special attack that deals 3 times the damage of a normal attack with infused holy damage to be able to deal absolutely massive damage to anything that is holy weak. Which, once again, the final bosses and the main antagonists of this game all holy weak. And yeah, Iris is here right now, wants to challenge fate a little bit, and wants to know if Maxim, Selen truly were meant to be together. And and Selen is like, what do you mean with that? Of course we're meant to be together. And then she's like, oh yeah, if you're so sure about that, there's this tower in the far two circle rods that on top of it has the Mirror of Truth. Which, if your love truly was meant to be, you'll be able to see yourselves in the mirrors. If you won't be able to see yourself into the mirror, that means you're fake. It wasn't meant to be. You're not actually meant to be together or something like that. And Iris wants to use that as a test to know if she's actually done the right thing with saving us earlier. And Selen in that moment goes full jealous wife. And it's like, we're going to that tower now, and you're gonna show me that you truly love me. Would you still love me if I were a worm? That kind of stuff. And yeah, so we're heading to the Tower of Truth. Which is my least favorite tower of the game. That was the wrong order. Can I please do the right order? It's right to left, not left to right. Make sure the Hydra doesn't annoy me. Because Hydras can be very annoying. Double, triple checking that they're stunned just to make sure. Wait, why is the door closed? That isn't supposed to happen normally. Oh yeah, because I didn't come in. That is 3, 4, 2, 1. Usually the door does stay open because I used the reset spell in order because I messed the one up. It reset the door and let it closed. I'm usually not supposed to have to do the puzzle to get out of there again. Oh, well. Yeah, this tower is a little bit annoying, with a couple very annoying rooms, puzzle and RNG-wise. There is going to be a large monster room that we have to traverse through twice, with a lot of monsters that either chase us, run in circles, or just move entirely randomly. like these guys that usually follow our kind of movement, but still are kind of random. One of the giant blue things there with Cyclopses, they always just spin in a circle, looking around. If we are in their line of sight, they will then start chasing towards us. The green guys are always just running in a circle. If they hit a wall, they turn around, and then they just, you know, keep going until they hit the next wall and turn around again. Those grizzlies move 1 step for every 3 steps that I move in a completely random direction. Like, just dealing with everything of those at once is just very annoying. Little button puzzle. Gotta make sure to place the right things on the right things. Gotta make sure that I take the chest with me, since I will be able to blow the chest up with a bomb, and one of those buttons is going to be weird, that it opens the second to next bridge, but closes the bridge right in front of us, or something like that. So we need to blow it up, cross the bridge, then move over. I wouldn't be able to do that with the jar. Yeah, unfortunately, the start of the dungeon is just taking so long that we have to actually walk back out instead of just having the option to teleport out and start from the entrance again. We actually have to go all the way back. So we also have to go through this room again. Alright. That could have went worse. It could have went better as well, though. Chest on the right to open the bottom right. This is a mimic. Do not touch it before stunning it. And off to the top floor. No equipment changes, safety safe, because it's been a little while since the last one. And if I do mess up, then this boss can and will immediately murder me. Done, set, ready, right, go. So as we're now approaching the mirror, Selen is like, oh, I was so stupid. I should never have doubted you. I don't need the stupid mirror. And then some dragons storm in that push us against the mirror, where Iris will then be able to see, yes, they are in the mirror. Their love is truly true and meant to be. And that is the end of her journey. She's done everything that she sought out to do for her selfish reasons. And yeah, the boss here is a very, very, very annoying boss. It's technically only a mini-boss, but it's still very, very annoying. We're going to be facing the white dragons. They come with very, very strong ice spells and very, very strong AoEs. Fortunately... No, Guy and Max. Unfortunately for us, we just bought Dragon Tooths in the shop just before. Which is a throwable item that is similar to the boomerangs, deals very, very free, very, very easy. And allows us to just move on with our journey. So now with the white dragons defeated, the mirror sadly broke in the battle, so Maxim and Selen, even though they said to each other they don't need to know the truth, were a little bit sad that they couldn't, and that Iris was gone, so we're just leaving, and Iris comes back, repairs the mirror, and in the mirror of truth we see her true reflection that Iris is actually not Iris, that Iris is someone else in disguise. And she's talking about how her journey is ended, and if you paid attention a little bit to the intro that I actually didn't play at the start of the run, yeah, she is one of the evil guys, oh no! But why did she help us so much? That will be explained later. Next step, ooh, Fire Dragon Mountain, yay! The actual worst dungeon in the game for many. But before that, small detour to the town nearby to buy a silver sword. Even though the dual blade is supposed to be the only weapon that is able to kill the Sinistrals, we don't really believe in that, and we don't really care about that, and we're instead going to... Where's the Song Rock? There's the Song Rock. Gonna be using the silver sword instead. Which is a weapon that we can give to Maxim, which has Holy Attribute and also has a special attack that will deal 3 times the normal damage when the special attack is used. And also deals holy damage, which once again the Sinistrals are all weak against. So we were not even going to use the dual blade that we were supposed to use. And with that, welcome to Dragon Mountain. I don't know, I don't quite remember what the story trigger was that makes us come here. Except from it literally being the only city that we haven't to yet, that we have access to. I mean, technically we were just here before. The village elder came here to hold off a scary dragon is a story that goes around in the town, but obviously the village elder is a frail old man, and we are the legendary warriors that are destined to defeat the evil. So you know, we're coming here to help him. Pew. Magic. Dragons move well, thank you. Good dragon movement is always nice. So this dungeon is also spread into 2 parts, the key part and the dungeon part. We're almost done with the key part. We'll be going through a couple more doors and then we'll be at where the key's at. We then have the option to fall through the hole between the 3 enemies there in order to get back to the start. However, it is literally impossible to get through the hole without at least one of them attacking you. So we're just casting escape. It literally would just drop us down in this room, which we don't care about. And with that, we're going to the dungeon part, the actual dungeon part, which houses the 2 hardest puzzles in the entire game. One of them optional, one of them mandatory. And I hate the pillar room because we only can have 1 item active at a time, so we have to keep switching back and forth between every single item usage here. Shoutouts to the open world randomizer of this game, where you can actually set up a second button for a second item to be used. And plant puzzle. Let's see if I can get through it and I explain it afterwards. No, that's already absolutely failed. Let's see if I can solve it. No. Alright. So there are plants that are slowly growing here, and I have to cut them down with my fire arrows. If they fully grow out, they will emit a gas or something that will stop everything. This is technically a perfect movement thingy, and I've already messed up my movement. Luckily, we can blow the last one also up with a bomb if we just place it there in time. I don't even know the intended solution with this one. Place a bomb, hit with the hook until bomb explodes, hit with the hammer. Magic door open. And with that, I'm going to be quiet for a little moment, as we are now coming to the world's hardest trick, which I'm definitely going to use with notes, because if I'm not using this with notes, I'll be probably sitting here for the next 7 hours, because this one is actually quite a difficult puzzle if you're not into these kind of puzzles and don't do these on a regular basis. Lost in my own notes there for a moment after accidentally doing an input too many. Up, dot, left, dot, down, dot, left, dot, up, dot, right, dot, up, dot, left, right, dot, down, dot, left, dot, down, dot, right, dot, up, dot, up, dot, up, dot, left, down, dot, down, dot, left, dot, up, dot, right, dot, down, dot, right, dot, up, up, dot, left, dot, down, dot, left, dot, down, dot, right, dot, right, dot, up, dot, left, dot, down, dot, left, dot, up, dot, right, dot, up, dot, right, dot, down, dot, left, dot, left, dot, up, dot, right. Terrible puzzle to do casually. As I mentioned before, the last time I've done this one a couple times casually without notes, where it took me between 4 to 7 hours. And that with the stupid elevator music blasting the entire time, to a point where it literally created PTSD for me when I started running the game again. Luckily, with notes, the puzzle is very, very simple, has some very, very strong equipment pieces in it that will carry us through the rest of the game. As we are now approaching the Fire Dragon, which can be a very, very quick or a very, very annoying fight. So let's see what he wants to be today. Equipment, Selene Strongest. That was already, that might be a problem. Removal. Play it safe. Selene Strongest, already Strongest. Guy Strongest. That was Maxim Strongest. God damn it. Can I stop doing everything wrong? Can I please stop doing everything wrong? Get the Cold Rapier back on. You go Strongest. So many bad inputs. And the Dude Helmet. Should be everything right. You the Holy Robes. You the Ghost Gloves. You the Cold Rapier. You the Lizard Blow. Alright, that should be alright. Throwing in another healing spell. So we are going in full health. Alright, so, Fire Dragon. Fire Dragon can be a very annoying fight. Fire Dragon is weak to ice and is a dragon. The Lizard Blow that we just got from the world's strongest trick is a weapon that deals extra damage to dragons, especially with its Dragon Rod, which is 3 times the damage. RD uses the... Wait. I forgot the formation. Okay. Guy front left, Maxim front right. Lizard Blow, Maxim does not have enough for a Glacial Blast, so he throws the Dragon Tooth. You do not have enough for the Battle Lost, which is unfortunate because you were supposed to. Don't need to heal, okay, then Selene casts a trick at least. And of course he immediately starts to bite. Alright, so the reason the Dragon can be annoying is because we really want him to generate IP to deal more damage with Guy and Maxim. He absolutely can just do the single target attacks that we don't want to see on targets that we don't want to see the entire time. That will end with us just, single character dying, because none of our characters really can survive a single attack from this enemy. Since, yeah, he just hits that hard. Dragon Rush, Glacial Blast, you the healing, you Dragon Tooth. Actually, I still haven't... Crap! I'm not allowed to die here. I haven't saved in a while. There unfortunately is no save point in this dungeon, at least not on the path that we take. Valorant Guide, champion on all, play it safe. Everything's gonna be fine, as long as he doesn't kill Artie right now. Everything's gonna be fine. Also, hello Hammerkick, yes, thanks for the raid. Welcome in, dear raiders. Welcome to Lufia too, where everything kind of goes off rail right now, and we're a little bit scared, but everything's going to be fine. Everything's gonna be fine. Right, I don't have the thing on. No, I'm not equipped because I messed up my equipment. That's fine. That's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything is a-okay. Just overheal and everything is fine. Until it casts Spite again. Can I stop playing like an idiot right now? Like, it's easy to confuse two buttons and make a small mistake out of it, but it's slowly getting out of hand here. Bring to Valor, Champion. Alright, there we go. Fight Salvage, we're good again. Everything is fine, everything is a-okay, everything is as it should be. We also want to make sure that Guy has some decent IP, that Stellan has preferably full AP, and that Maxim is not empty on IP at the end of this fight. Because we do need the IP also very badly for the next upcoming boss. Alright, attack, Glacial Blast is only about half, so that's fine. You do... I think you do another champion, you do finally the trick. Obviously kills Maxim immediately, so Maxim does not get the trick, Maxim does not get to use his Glacial Blast. Fire Dragon being very, very mean. Ghost Ship is gonna be a disaster after this Fire Dragon. Can you please just use your AoE attacks? Your AoE attacks are not dangerous. Please use more of your AoE attacks. That was the wrong button. Now this could get scary again. That was a very, very mean misclick. Could you please just die this turn? Of course he can't. Okay, perfect. Drowsy shouldn't kill anyone. I said shouldn't, great. 25% revival, anyone? 25% revival? Hey, perfect. Exactly on the target that I wanted to as well. Alright, we Gucci again. Everything is fine. Everything's okay. Kill this goddamn dragon already. He's really, 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 really annoying me right now. Fantastic! That was an absolutely terrible fight that ended in a way that makes the next fight also extremely terrible. Yay! The next boss we're going to be fighting is going to be the Ghost Ship, which is once again an undead enemy, and as an undead enemy, it once again will, gonna have to use the inn. It once again will be able to be killed with our special attacks that heal. However, all of our characters don't have the necessary IP to use those special attacks. Yay! Which means the next fight is once again going to be absolutely annoying. At least for this time around, I do have holy weapons, so I can actually do something against the boss in this case. Since my characters will be able to attack for like 400, 500, 600 damage per attack. Compared to being able to deal like 50. This run is making me really tired right now. Anyways. Where were we? Ah, right. Primeral. Right. Of course, Primeral. Welcome to the City of the Mermaids. The village Ader was friends with the mermaids. When we told them we were the legendary warriors and on the search for the legendary weapon, they said, "Oh, maybe you should talk to the mermaids. They might know something." And they indeed know about a legendary shrine hidden in the sea that no one is able to enter. And yeah, that helps us further. That sounds like the thing that we're looking for. And at the same point, we're getting told that the currents have changed, and the princess has been out for a swim and is now missing. And oh no, this is terrible. But especially since the ghost ship has been sighted around where she was swept away by the currents. And the queen is like, "Oh yeah, we will deal with it. Everything's fine." And I'm sure it's a dangerous place, but the mermaid queen, obviously will not go there. If you excuse me for a second, and then immediately goes after her to save her daughter from the ghost ship. Which obviously she wouldn't be strong enough, so immediately we're rushing after them. Guy Selen in the front row, equipment, guy Tough Hide, Ghost Ring. Selen gets the evening gown back. The evening gown, you're also getting rid of the pearl shield since that's supposed to be on Maxim. Strongest Sonic Ring and strongest Thunder Ring. Alright, the Ghost Ship in theory is a very, very, very simple boss that we're supposed to be able to kill in a single turn. However, thanks to the Fire Dragon being way too single attack spam heavy and hasn't done a lot of AoE attacks, we are now we're now entering the boss without the IP that we need to kill the Ghost Ship in a single turn. So the fight is going to be a little bit of improv instead. With us now needing to space out. So Artie still has his very strong healing spell that he will be able to use to deal decent damage. I'm not going to cast that with Selen. You do have the Zerker Rod on. I forgot to actually equip the better weapons now that I don't have to do the other strategy. Defend, I guess. Champion doesn't do too much. You are on the Silver Sword and Valor on the boss. Can you give me some AoEs to at least give some IP to Guy and Maxim, please? Please don't continue just to summon the entire fight. Confused is an ability that should deal damage? Nope, doesn't. On him. Other bosses, yes. On him, no. Yay. I mean, Zelen with Circle still probably would do more than just nothing with defending. Should still be hitting for 200-300 damage. It's just a shame how the endgame bosses can just spiral so much out of control if they just don't behave. We're never really in a fear of dying unless I'm making a big mistake. But just, you know, the fights can turn from, oh yeah, being done in a turn to, oh yeah, taking 20 turns to kill. Ghost Ship here sitting at 10,000 HP, by the way. We would be able to do with Selen's special attack, we'd be able to deal like close to 4,000 points of damage, while Guy and Maxim are somewhere around 1,000. Can we please get you doing some attacks to actually get some IP back? I'd kind of like to not have RD go empty on MP for me to having to use another in. Yeah, he just doesn't want to cooperate, yay. Classic Ghost Ship. We're losing so much time. This one at least is just to bad RNG, not to my own mistakes. To be fair, the Fire Dragon was in and of itself just incredibly unlucky in and of itself. I haven't seen a Fire Dragon that was that heavy on spamming bites. The fact that I messed up my equipment beforehand and couldn't buff Guy, so he was only dealing 600 instead of over 1,000 per attack, didn't help either. That fight took way too long. Jesus Christ. Anyways, surely from here on out till the end, nothing will go wrong anymore, right? Right? We're coming up to the final few dungeons. Actually, oh god, I'm just seeing my splits again. How do I keep forgetting Grazi exists? Because I don't like the dungeon. That's why. Anyways, yeah, the Queen's Knights come to rescue. The Currents saved after the ghost ship is up. Except then they immediately rustle up again, because it was not the ghost ship's fault that the Currents were acting up. And they were swept into an underground cave, which leads to the entrance of the secret shrine that we were talking about. Yay! So here we're just gonna be, yeah, just watching everyone die. There's gonna be an ominous voice that's gonna come out of the dungeon, basically telling anyone to go away, that we shouldn't be here, and the guards are gonna look for an exit and just gonna immediately get wiped because they're not worthy of entrance. And so the Queen immediately wants to run after, because she has to do something to avenge her knights, and Selen is casting Drowsy, which, as we know, has a 50% chance to put people to sleep. It fails, the Queen takes another step forwards and gets him instantly obliterated. Poor for the Queen. I mean, exactly, unlike every single time we cast Drowsy in this entire speedrun, it works. 50% success rate, by the way. And yeah, with the Queen sleeping, we tell the princess and the Queen to get out of here, and welcome to the US release of the game. Yeah, this is not supposed to look like this. This is a bug that is unique to the US release of this game. It only happens here that the entire floor gets scrambled. This is supposed to be a beautiful temple, and this is like the most important story point, because there's the dual blade is flying in front of us, and it's ringing out to our power, and then Daos is showing up now, the final boss, the leader of the Sinistrals, and it's supposed to be like a huge reveal, but thanks to the tile scramble, we see nothing of that. That is just beautiful. And with that, we're teleported out. And then Daos is showing up in his new ride, which is just, you know, an entire floating island. Because why not? And oh yeah, this island has magic laser technology weapons, which he's now using to just destroy the entire town. And everyone is dead, and everything is destroyed except us. Even though we're literally standing here, we took the exact same blast as everyone else. We are really just built different, right? So yeah, the issue now is our enemies are now sitting in a sky fortress. Our enemy is now sitting in a sky fortress, which, you know, we can't really reach because humans can't fly. Except humans might be able to fly, and Lexus and his inventor buddies being like, we have an idea, but in order for that to do that idea, we need to make a stronger engine. You know, that magic invention that he invented that makes a ship go faster from earlier. And he has an idea. There's this warmongering nation that's kind of locked off of everything, and he heard rumors that they were working on something that might be rivaling his engine. That might be a stronger, might be powered by a stronger engine, which, you know, is exactly the thing that we need right now to stop the Sinistrals and save the entire world. So, surely if we go into that warmongering nation now, I'm just gonna tell them, hey, there's this evil, godlike overlord that's about to blow up the entire world. Could you give us that engine that you have in order for us to be able to stop it? Surely that warmongering nation that wants to conquer the entire world is just gonna go like, oh yeah, guys, just take whatever you need and give it back later. Yeah, surely that's not what's gonna happen. So yeah, we did, the kingdom is very locked off. Luckily, there is a secret path from the Dunkirk North Cave. Remember when we were here an hour ago? And how much I hated this place? Yeah, this has a secret place into this, kingdom. Which, by the way, it's called Grazi Kingdom. I don't know why. This clearly says apostrophe free Y Kingdom. This is not Grazi Kingdom. This is apostrophe free Y Kingdom. Another US-only bug, by the way, that the town name for whatever random reason here gets scrambled. So yeah, welcome to apostrophe free Y Kingdom. We're coming out from the secret path in the middle of the castle, and the soldiers cast Drowsy on us, which, as we know, is a 50% success rate. So it failed, and we kicked their butts. Though it obviously for everyone except me in combat, it works. And they put us to sleep. The frozen prison, where we, funnily enough, meet Birdie and Board. How have they been going? Remember those guys? We met them like 3 hours ago. They stole the king's crown and then blew themselves up with a bomb and then flushed themselves out of the sewer system. Remember? No? Well, anyways, they're like the comic relief characters of the game. They're the worthless thieves. However, they aren't actually worthless because in a little bit of a discussion here, we're like, oh yeah, if you're so great, why are you still sitting in here? Ha, that lock, opening that lock is absolutely no problem. And then they're opening the lock, forgetting to close it again, so yay, we're free. And why do they have healing tiles in this prison? Well, I'm not gonna complain, because I really needed it. Selling front left, Artie front right. Equipment, Artie gets the ghost clothes. The Thunder Ring, remove the Fury Ribbon, which he actually doesn't have, and remove the Misto Tool. When was I supposed to give him that? That explains why the last few fights went so wrong. He was supposed to have it, but didn't. Guy, Camo Armor for the attack buff, Rocket Ring for the speed. Selen, Strongest, Ice Ring, Misto Tool. Yes, Fury Ribbon, that's right. He's supposed to be empty and empty. Yeah, that looks about right. I really messed up my equipment here. It might be time to adjust the notes a little bit. One wrong misclick and you accidentally optimizing the wrong character. You have no way to double check what they were supposed to have, since the notes literally just say, oh yeah, optimize them. Not what they are to be optimized onto, and oh no, of course, the prison has guards. But, yeah, this is not a smart Final Fantasy prison. They literally locked us in prison with all our equipment, with all our gear, with all our items. So, obviously, escaping is not a problem. What is it with RPG prisons and them not taking away everything their prisoners own? It's a trope that I still really can't get behind, and I'm even more proud every single time an RPG prison actually does it right. Welcome to my no most hated enemies. Say hello to Gold Gorms. They are really dangerous, and if I'm not careful around them, they have absolutely the possibility to just game over the run. Also, remember how this is no major glitches. Would you say being able to skip half the dungeon because we're able to walk through the air and through the war is a major glitch? No, of course it's not a major glitch. It's a minor glitch. Yeah, there's one tile in the wall there that doesn't have collision, allows us to go slightly out of bounds there. Just grab the chest immediately. Otherwise, we would have to pull the lever there to make a path appear from the other side, and backtrack to the other half of the dungeon. Solve a couple puzzles there to be able to get back into the other side and get the key from there. But yeah, thank you. Loose text box and walking out of bounds is not considered a major glitch for the sake of the no major glitches category. Could you move one more up? No? Okay, that's fine. That's okay movement, I can live with that. And yeah, being able to skip half the dungeon really is still a nice thing. I can never remember. Yes, I am correctly aligned to walk past him. Alright, prison break done. The king, the thieves once again got caught by the army, SMH. And yeah, they're currently in an absolute preparation to start World War Zero if this lands. And we're just like, hey, who do you think you are? We're the Prime Elite, and they're getting absolutely whacked. And yeah, the prince recognizes us, is like, we are the strongest military force in the world. You four against our entire military force. How are you supposed to do that? You're literally too weak to be able to do that. So, we're just wiping out their entire military force in a one fell swoop now, because that's just what we heroes do. Because, yeah, they really don't like dragon tooths here. We're just fast enough to kill them. They only have 400 HP a pop. We're able to easily kill them. And their entire military force is gone. But what's that the king has there? Well, that's their new super weapon, their invention. The, I think they're calling it a tonk. Guy front left, marked Maxim front right. We start with IP or attack, IP or attack. RD healing or normal attack, Selen healing or normal attack. First turn, Selen cast trick on everyone as well. Attack buff. So yeah, welcome to the tank. Tank has 10,000 HP. Tank has a couple very annoying attacks. However, hopefully we will not be seeing them. Hopefully we will just be seeing... Exactly not that, great. What's it again with Missile Blast, switch Maxim and RD. Missile Blast is exactly not what we want to see. We want to see machine gun attacks. Missile Blast is a one-turn charging strong attack on a second move, which can either be the Incendiary Bomb, which is actually the one that we want to see if it does happen, nice. Or be some other single target attack that we really don't want to see because it really isn't all that great. We really want to see machine gun attacks to refill our AP immediately, to use our strong attacks. As we said, everyone here currently is using a weapon that deals 3 times the normal damage with their special attacks. Stop with the missile blasts, honestly, buddy. With the exception of RD and Selen, who are having weapons with the element heart on them. Yes, heart is apparently an element in this game. Stop it. That's exactly the one attack that we don't want to see from the missile blast. Yeah, and the boss is weak against heart. That is why we bought the Zirkel Rods for RD and Selen, which make them a decent bit stronger in their normal attacks for right here. We really want to see more AoE attacks. Yes, more machine gun attacks. So we can use more special attacks. We don't really care too much about the IP right now. We obviously want to have a little bit left. Stop the missile blasts. More machine gun attacks. Or just die, that also works. I think Guy is a little bit lower on IP than I would like to have, but whatever. Yeah, the tank obviously was, sorry, the tank was obviously powered by the stronger engine that they produce. So by destroying it, we're just dropping it, and the prince is sore loser and is like, "You'll never catch me alive!" and starts to self-destruct his own castle. So we're just warping out. Because we can. Castle is destroyed, king is dead. Birdie and bots, funnily enough, in the entire trouble, managed to escape. Sadly are locked here forever, since there's really no way for them to get out unless they can breathe underwater. Oh yeah, they stole the crown while we were fighting the tank in the whole commotion. Alright, anyways, we're done here, and gonna actually make a safety save here. Because I haven't saved in a while. There really shouldn't be anything. There really should have been other points in the game where I should have safety saved. Right here really shouldn't be a problem. but yeah, everything's fine, everything's fine, everything's fine. Surely I'm gonna save some time back on the final dungeon, so I'm going back to estimate. Currently for the staff members, I am currently on pace for a 430, slightly overestimate. But I mean, it's RPGs in the end. Firebird? What are they doing to our ship? Well, they're currently remodeling it for it to be able to sail in the skies! So we can reach reach Doom Island, reach the hideout of the evil guys. However, unfortunately, they also created some turbulence around the island, which now makes it impossible for us to get there. However, they also stopped in the Triforce Islands, or the Sumi Islands, which are what's the word? That's quite the right word for what I want to say. Isolated, that's the word I'm looking for. Very isolated islands where no one can actually reach until just now, when we actually had the chance to fly. Undead Ring, Selen, Crystal Wand, Power Berets, remove the Misto Jewel, Artie, Misto Jewel, remove the Thunder Ring. Give him the Rocket Ring. Why does it say give Rocket then remove Thunder? Crystal Wand. Selen Thunder Ring. Buy Zerko Shields for the boys, the best armor in the game, thanks to its absolutely insane IP attack. And that's the last shopping done. Alright, so this is the Island of Legend, technically speaking. There are 3 towers here where the gods sealed legendary items for the hero to find against the power of evil. These 3 girls here are oracles and the granddaughters of this older man here, and we're gonna take them on top of each of the 3 towers to break the seals and at the same time also try to fix the thing with the turbulence around the around Doom Island, so we can actually fly up there and fight the bad guys. You know, the legendary items left behind by the gods is definitely something nice. Stairs, stairs, stairs. Last door on the left. The layout in this area is a little bit confusing. Enjoy the wonderful music in this area. It's one of the best soundtracks in the game, in my opinion. I really, really enjoy the soundtrack here. Left. Stun the Cyclops, take the doors. Right. 3 steps, see that the dragon isn't in our way, we take the steps. Stun the Sphinx, take the steps. Say hello to the leeches, which are supposed to be liches, but they are leeches. I also forgot to do the formation. It's Guy front left, Artie front right. These guys are very, very dangerous enemies that can cause a bunch of annoying status effects. Luckily, they don't have that much health. They also have a very, very low chance to drop a very powerful sword, which actually isn't that helpful for the speedrun, since it just messes up with everything else that we set up after the leeches. Left side. I turned. It's fun. It's not like these are gold dragons or anything. They aren't really scary. I should be able to outspeed most of the encounters here. Attack him from the back. Kill with dragons. What one was the dragon guy to the back row? Defeated with everyone using dragon fangs. You're not on Dragon Tooth. Like, double check everyone is a Dragon Tooth. Dragon Tooth, Dragon Tooth, Dragon Tooth, Dragon Tooth, yes. Alright, so, on top of the tower we will be getting attacked by the Sinistrals that try to, you know, beat us and steal the legendary equipment pieces for themselves, even though they're not really supposed to be able to use them. How's health looking? Got a small heal in. I said a small heal. Got a little bit of extra health from the level up. It's not too extreme that I healed it up, but it helps. Here on the first one, Gades is gonna attack us, and this is the third Gades fight, and as I said earlier, this fight has the exact same stats, the exact same moveset, and the exact same damage calculations as the very first fight. He only has 7,500 HP, it's really not that much. We don't have IP on Guy, so we attack with you. You two will use holy attacks, you will use the Berserker. So the Zerko shields that we just bought in the shop here have a special attack called Berserker, which is the same attack buff that we had on other equipment pieces like the mini shield earlier on, except this time it is AoE and even stronger than the other ones. Which combined with the fact that we are now using holy weapons which deal holy damage, which each of the enemies that we're fighting is weak to, will be dealing absolutely massive amounts of damage against each one of them. We're hoping for a little bit of IP though, because the more IP we have for the next boss fight, the better. The next boss fight actually can be a little bit tricky. So destructive waves are always incredibly nice to see right now. Yes, the destructive wave spam. The one time we actually want to see that. Usually it's more annoying than helpful, but right now it actually is more helpful than annoying. And he should be going down this turn. Would have preferred that on RD, but whatever. Yeah, I'm overall not really happy with this run. I mean, it's still a decent showcase. It's nice in the marathon, obviously, if not everything goes exactly as planned, but the fact that the last time I ran this, last weekend, I got a 4-minute PB, and now I'm currently 18 minutes behind PB is a little devastating, honestly. But that's RPG speedrunning! If RNG just doesn't want to go your way, it just doesn't want to go your way. Anyways, teleporting out. So the Oracle is going to stay here, as I mentioned, to break the seal and to keep everything up. Also, we want to actually equip that armor that we just got on Maxim. It did say Divine Armor, but the actual in-game name of the armor is actually Pearl Armor. We mainly just want it for the stats. Also has some status immunities on it again. Which, once again, when we're going to be fighting against Amon, which is actually going to happen on the next tower. We really want those status immunities. Upright tower. Left take the stairs, move as far as possible, do not enter any doors until there's literally no other way. Always have to think a little bit about the different movements and how to handle with these, handle some of these enemies in these rooms. More leeches, aka liches, making sure that I do preferably attack the leeches, not the Nosferatus here. Even the Nosferatus are vampires and should be weak to light, they really aren't, and they, funnily enough, have more, take more of a hit than the leeches take. However, their attack moveset and the damage they can do is a lot less scary. So it's more important to get rid of the leeches first. Dragon! It's a single one. Do I actually want to use Dragon Tooth here? I could probably get away without using the Dragon Tooth here. Also, I'm not allowed to forget to heal before going up to Amon. Going into Amon with maximum dead HP would be a very bad idea. Let's do that right away. No! Fun times when you want to heal but accidentally cast a spell that gets you out of the dungeon. Well, let's climb the tower again! Dumb ways to lose time. There's so many dumb ways to lose time. I feel like I should go back to bed for after I'm done with this run. I'm kind of tired and kind of unfocused or something like that. Something is really wrong with me today. The handful of honest mistakes that could happen to anyone if you're not paying the full attention. If you're distracted by, for example, I don't know, entertaining a live studio audience. But some other things that I've done today are just plain stupid and absolutely shouldn't happen. Have to see how I deal with the dragons now, because usually we're fairly tight on dragon tooths. Can I get another single one, please? No, of course we can't this time. Alright. This is gonna be fine, surely. If I run off dragon tooths, that's not the end of the world for the last encounter. Yeah, we're literally now right next to the end before I accidentally teleported out here. Very fun. Prep done, prep done, prep done. I'm on! So we're very specifically using very specific equipment pieces in general to make sure that we have immunity against everything that is Chaos Wave can throw at us. And since he is a little bit more tanky and a little bit more beefy, we actually will be using 2 Berserkers now. We will be seeing the full power of our party, of what they are capable of. We do not have to worry about IP anymore. For the next boss fight, we're already coming from the next boss fight onward. We will always automatically have full IP. Holy Energy, you do not have enough for that. That's fine though. You attack, you have to heal, even though you could do an Holy Energy. And as you can see, we're just absolutely dealing ridiculous amounts of damage. Just stacking these attack buffs on top of each other together with the holy weapons that already deal double damage from being holy weapons, and then the special attacks that also deal 3 times more damage for a single attack. It just adds up to absolutely ludicrous amounts of damage. Down he goes. Terrible endgame. Yeah, Divine Helmet we really don't care about. Heal full and leave again. With that, we have 2 towers down. We're going back to the village, getting the 3rd oracle to the 3rd tower. Where we're going to find the Divine Shield. That's the last part of the Divine set. side. Stairs, more stairs, always the stairs. Yeah, with basilisks. Gorgon with everyone using Dragon Tooth, nothing special to it. Should still have enough Dragon Tooths. Wasn't able to use that many on the fire dragons, since most of the time the persons that would be using them were either dead or had to heal. Those were the last ones that we needed. I left after the Sphinx. Should be here. Alright, so yeah, we have 3 towers, we have 4 Sinistrals. We already met 3 of the 4 Sinistrals. We have met Gades, the Sinistral of Destruction. We have met Amon, Sinistral of Chaos. We've had that brief meet with Daos, the leader of the Sinistrals and Sinistral of Terror. There is one more that was only mentioned in name and during a cutscene that we haven't met yet, which is Arim, Sinistral of Death. As long as Arim is alive, the others will never be able to be killed, since Arim can just revive them at will. And yeah, no one is actually attacking us here. We're getting the Divine Shield, and immediately after that, Daos is here to attack us. Being like, oh hey, cool, you got all these cool shiny equipment pieces. How about I kill you all and just take those for myself? And it's like, haha, you puny humans don't have the power. I have the power of the dual blades. Die. And Maxim is like, nope, not so easily. And he's just like, go screw you. And Maxim is like, not that easily. I can take it. And in that moment, the dual blade is like, hey, that dude is actually kind as well. I rather want to be with that dude instead of this dude. So this is also where we get the dual blade. Yay! Except, as I said, even though it is said the dual blade is the only thing that can defeat the Sinistrals, we will never equip it. It technically has an IP attack that is quite cool, that insanely raises the stats of the person using it, to the point where Maxim would be able to hit like for like 2,000 damage per normal attack. However, it costs your entire AP bar, everything at once. And isn't that amazing in the grand scheme of things, since the first turret is literally just a buff, so it's a dead stack, and you can only use it once. You can't stack it on top of each other, and once you're doing that to increase your stats that way, you can't really gain IP anymore since your defense is so high. So we really don't like it. So we just rather stack to our silver sword with the holy damage. And yeah, with the power of the oracles, we've just trapped Doom Island into a sphere that they can't escape from, or shouldn't be able to escape from, for a little while, which should give us enough time to actually get to them. Unfortunately, I destroyed our airship. Needs a little bit of repairs. I mean, it's not that terrible. We can fix that up in a couple of hours. And Maxim takes his wife, Selen, to the side for a last talk about, hey, this fight was going to be extremely dangerous. You should definitely stay here, and you should, you know, someone has to take care of our baby in case things go wrong. And Selen's just like, if you go, then I go. If you die, I kill myself. And no matter the outcome, we will be together. And then Maxim's like, geez, woman, you have issues, but sure, okay, if you think that way, come with us. And meanwhile, Guy and Artie are discussing like, hey, when all of this is over, we should throw a party. That'd be cool. Alright, so our airship is repaired, however, bad news! The energy holding Doom Island is weakening, and even worse news, monsters are all over town! We'll never be able to get the ship to sea, because we need to get to sea first before I can fly it. Oh my god, so many monsters, including some cut content monsters in form of the Krakens. Except, Decker shows up! He's alive! And he's wiping the floor with these monsters! Yay! He's alive! Which fills my headcanon that he actually died and was brought back to life just to help us out here. No in-game actual hints towards that. That's, as I said, just a headcanon. Yeah, Decocade takes care of everything here, just wipes out the entire town of monsters before we can even leave. I really would have loved to take him with him. Having him and his Decker Blade with us, we would have actually been able, with the only time in the entire game where you can see a 5-digit damage number. Only possible with Decker and the final bosses here. Unfortunately not quite happening, but yeah, the barrier weakens, they get on their laser gun and start firing at us as we're trying to attack. Learn how to aim! Oh goddammit. Psych! Booster packs! We were prepared. And with that, welcome to the beginning of Lufia 1, Fortress of Doom. This is literally the intro to that game, is us fighting the final bosses, except we are way stronger in that game, and the combat system in that game is way worse. Alright, so, let's get started. Turn off turbo, double check. Everyone is full healed, equipment is on point, yep, sure. Alright, let's go. 4 more bosses until the end, and a little bit of a walking segment afterwards. We're starting with Gades, who still is kind of a pushover and is still a very, very weak. We will start every single fight here now with full IP. So we really don't care about how much we spent and how much we have over for the next boss fight. So we're really just going all in on all our attacks. Going for a little bit of buffing as always. With Gades, it's not important to buff too much. 1 Berserker is all more than we need. As we're starting to waddle down his health. 7,500 HP, really not that terrible. We should be able to absolutely kill him this turn. We don't even need to heal. Very, very simple fight. Kinda scripted. In the sense that it's really not that dangerous. Which, funny enough, talking about scripted, funnily enough, the second of the 4 fights is going to be the worst and hardest fight of them all. But more to that as we're getting to the other bosses. Don't forget to heal, only the IP gets fully filled, our health bars will stay at half dead. If I forget to heal between one of the fights, it's basically over already. Since salvaging that in battle is nigh impossible with our current gear. We're just not having nearly enough armor for that, considering to the fact that we've never bought any armor throughout the entire game, because, well, if we're playing right, we don't need it. Alright, second fight, Amon! Should be a free turn fight, if everything goes well. Has 10,000 HP. Still is incredibly annoying with his, Chaos Wave if he uses it. Fortunately enough, we still have all our gear on that makes us immune against all the status effects that he could afflict with it. So it really shouldn't be an issue. And yeah, for Amon again with his 10,000 HP, we're going with the double buff. Before we're letting him rip. Lizard Blow, Holy Energy. Double checking. Artie Champion, yes. We do heal here because there is a third turn. Or most likely is going to be a third turn. Plus this attack actually hits quite hard. And down he goes. And with that, we have the hardest of the final 4 defeated. Yay! Alright, small equipment change because we want specific speed values for the next fight. Which means Artie will be getting the Ghost Ring, Maxim will be getting the Rocket Ring, and Selen gets the Sonic Ring. We've healed everyone to full, MP is looking fine. Alright, off to Aram. Why did I say that the last 2 of the final 4 are easier than the second one? Well, the first one is just not a threat at all, because as we've seen, 2-turn kill, didn't even need to heal, everything fine. Amon has a little bit harder hitting moves, it's a 3-turner, can be a little bit on. However, from now on, the third one, Aram, the Sinistral of Death here, please pay special attention to her legs and her nose. Starts being scripted. She will always use the exact same attacks in the exact same order. And due to that, we always will know the exact same outcome. That will be Holy Energy, Berserker, Berserker. So we will know, we already know this is going to be a 4-turn fight. Damage rolls shouldn't be too making the difference here in the end. And it should always be a 4-turn fight. Since we do have immunity against most of her fearsome status effects, most importantly, she has a couple attacks of instant death. Selen, Guy, Artie, and Maxim. Dragon Rod, Holy Energy, Artie attack, Selen heal. And even though it might look sketchy at the time, as I said, this one is fully scripted. Damage rolls are not in a realm where we might even if we low roll everything, she will die on the 4th turn. She has 15,000 HP, a little bit of an upgrade to the 10,000 that Amon had before her. Turn 3, Guy attack, Maxim and Selen Holy Energy, Artie heal. Hey, even left Guy alive for once in a while. Holy Energy, the rest attack, because Artie will kill. Bye, Aram. She has a beautiful nose. And some wonderful legs, honestly. Anyways, with that, we're coming to the final boss. Time will not be at the death of the final boss. There will be a small more gameplay section after the final boss. Just to note that down. And, alright, so that, and then the equipment. We give Artie the Speedy Ring. We give Maxim the Anger Brace, because we need more immunities against status effects that we didn't have on him that the others didn't cause. Selen gets the Silver Robe and the Thunder Ring to make sure the turn orders work out again. And yeah, that's it. Alright, I've healed, yes, I've healed, but the party members have enough MP. Alright, good. Welcome to the final boss! Welcome to Daos! Sinistral of Terror comes with a whopping 20,000 HP. And once again is fully scripted in the turn order of him using his abilities, which makes him kind of free unless I do a terrible misclick. Which has happened before. I've lost runs here to this boss before by accidentally pressing run, which skips my entire turn. Alright, what do we have here? We have Guy Berserker. Artie fake on everyone. Maxim Battle Lust on himself. And Selen using Revival Sleep. Because the only thing that we aren't immune to from his Terror Wave is we have 2 people that might be able to get put to sleep by his Terror Wave ability. Which is why we are using the Revival Sleep ability on Selen to immediately wake them up again if they should fall asleep, which they didn't, but that can happen, so it's always worth doing. And once again, the fight is basically scripted with our current gear and equipment and everything. Second turn, switch Artie and Maxim. Guy, Dragon Rush. Maxim and Artie, Holy Energy. Selen, Champion. Turn 3, switch Guy with Selen. Turn 3, we have Guy attack, front row, Holy Energy, Artie, Champion. Turn 4, Selen and Artie. Guy attacks, front row, Holy Energy if possible, else attack. Selen for the heal, Guy with the normal attack. Uses Dark Reflector here, which makes us reflect our own attack, which we don't really care about. Turn 5, everyone spam attacks. No one really here needs healing. Everyone should be able to survive the next attack. If the guy dies, it's not the end of the world here. Guy has done his job here on this fight. But he can't survive. Making it even more free, and on the last turn, everyone just rolls out another attack except for Guy. And he should be finished. Easy. Alright, we got about another 3.5 minute walking segment before the end of the run. A little bit more story exposition, as well as, yeah, in general, just story exposition. So yeah, we beat the Sinistrals. The world is saved, except they're kind of like being like, we kind of don't want to give up. So we're giving you one final push, one final fight. We're taking you down with us. And so it's the last time. It's a beam battle, and Artie notifying that Selen can't take much more, that she's at the end of her power, but we have to pull through for the world! And we did it! We finished them off! The Sinistrals are no longer! We vanquished them! Hey Guy, everything alright? He's doing, can't get rid of me that easily. Artie, you alright? He's doing fine. Selen, we did it! We can go back to our baby boy now! Yay! And she's like, we finally done it. I'm sorry, I can't go with you anymore, because yeah, she got severely wounded! Oh no! Magical wife is dead! Why? Why is our magical wife dead? Oh, and also the Sinistrals aren't fully dead yet, their consciousness still is somehow alive. And Dallas just was like, alright, I'm a sore loser once again. I'm throwing the city on your hometown, killing your baby boy. That's gonna teach you a lesson for going up against us. And yeah, destroying an entire kingdom and more importantly killing our baby boy, that would be absolutely devastating at that point. At that moment, Iris shows up and he's Maximus in that moment just noticing, wait, Iris, no, your energy, you're Aram, you're evil, why did you help us? And Aram is literally just being like explaining at this point, well, you see, I'm the Sinistral of Death, and I'm supposed to make sure that the others don't die, but I've kind of grew tired of living, so, you know, I sent you on a quest to kill us so I can finally rest in peace. That is literally the entire story of the game, why she helped us and why everything happened. It's literally just because she was like, yeah, I don't want anymore, just please murder me. Could have taken the easy way out, didn't have to you know, take the rest of us with you. And yeah, with her final power that she has before she disappears, she opens a portal to the engine room of the castle, basically. which is powered by these 3 magical crystals. And if we destroy all 3 of these magical crystals, we will be able to avert the island dropping into our hometown, killing our baby boy. And yeah, the music here is just absolutely insane. That is the 2nd crystal done. There is 1 more to go. We can do this. We are strong. We are fast. We are everything. Oh yeah, and also, by the way, if you missed that in the middle of between of that, yeah, the bridge kind of collapsed, and our guy and Artie were on the other side, so we told Artie to just escape them out of there, get them out of there. Maxim sadly doesn't know how to cast that spell. Selin is dead, so she couldn't cast that. So we're kind of don't even know how we're getting out of here, even after we're destroying this. However, yeah, we're destroying the final crystal. Ah! No, not quite. We're too weak. We do not have our power, so we lay our last bit of life energy into the dual blade to destroy the crystal. And time. 10 minutes over. Jesus Christ. Yeah, the run was not kind to me. 1 minutes over PB. There was a lot of RNG bullshittery. But yeah, with the final crystal destroyed, our hometown and our baby boy saved, we're going to rest. Because that's the only thing that our characters can still do. And there usually is like a fantastically kind of fun, kind of sad ending here with their souls slowly wandering around the world. We see Lexus and the professors celebrating about the Doom Island, end of Doom Island. We see a tour of Guy returning home and being like, yeah, we're gonna throw the biggest party ever and everyone's gonna be invited and it's gonna be so awesome and I can't wait for Maxim to show up here with Selin and then everything's gonna be fine. And then Artie's going home is like, yeah, we avenged your mother, little girl, the shrine priestess from earlier, and everything's gonna be fine and the world is safe now, and hey, we're invited to a huge party. Then we're gonna scroll over to Tia, who's in her home village, who's gonna be like, who's actually noticing a shift in the force and the balance. She knows something terrible has happened. She kind of can sense Maxim's spirit floating around her or something, and starts crying for the first time in decades, which she hasn't been able to do since she was a little kid anymore, because she kind of unlearned how to cry at some point in her childhood. And, yeah, other than that, everyone is in a happy party mood, even though not now noticing that Selin and Maxim will never return, that they gave their life to save the world. And, yeah, unfortunately also, the world is not yet saved. Spoiler for the next game, because the cycle will continue. As we said, Lufia 2 is a prequel to Lufia 1, which plays 100 years after this. Because with everything that happened here, unfortunately, we kind of kicked loose a loop where usually the Sinistrals would literally just be chilling in their own place, not really caring about humanity. However, now that Maxim's bloodline in form of his own child continues, they will reawaken somehow every 100 years. I don't think it's actually explained in the games. They will reawaken every 100 years, and the descendants of Maxim will once again group up and together to stop them and to get out. I'm not even sure if all of the other ones. I think most of the other ones don't get a happy ending. I know the one 200 years from now get a happy ending. I think, if memory serves, for the ending for Lufia 3. I've never played 4. But, yeah, in the grand scheme of things, we won now, peace, return to land, but it's gonna be 100 years, for 100 years only before the cycle just starts anew. And then, yeah, if I would want to fast forward, I could theory fast forward this bullshit, this entire crap. There's a funny little results screen in the end where you can see how many times people have died, how long you take, how many treasure chests you open. The one that I'm interested in and I'm going to look for later, because I'm going to let this run for a little bit after our stream ends, is going to be the question, how many fights did I get into that I ran away from, aka how many fights did I get into that I didn't actually want to get into. That is a statistic that I'm keeping that obviously saves a lot of time, and yeah, I'm 10 minutes over estimate already. I'm yapping too much, I'm explaining too much, so I'm saying for this right now. Thanks once again for RPGSU for having me. It is a lovely event that you had here, and I'm hoping the final day will go very, very nice and very successful towards the end. I can't wait for the next event. Definitely gonna keep my eye open for that, and with that, I'm, yeah, giving up for the next runner. Have a good one. Take care. See you around.